Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? My hair's all fluffy because I just washed it. Wait, so first, can we hear? Because that's going to be the big determining factor of today. Ooh, yeah, I should have cracked right into the mic. Yes, perfect, rad. Hello, El Salve. Hello, everybody. Give me actually 1 second. I will be right back. One more time. Lady, take over for me. Ow, ow. Goblin Culinarian Chaotic TCG is coming back, and I'm so hyped. Thank you for 25 bits. I saw that. Huh? Like I don't know. Chaotic just it feels like oh, there was chaotic. What was the that wasn't the one with the eye toy, right? What was the place that the PS3 game that had the eye toy? Also, Ko and I have been unfortunately getting very into Pokemon lately. Which is it's a weird thing because my local shop, like, there haven't been any magic sets I've wanted to open, but I've built up so much credit because I got very lucky buying stuff with credit for a couple of like the Strixhaven rare cards. So I have like several $100s worth of credit that I know I'm not going to spend on fucking Marvel superheroes. So it's like we've just been mostly we've been haven't even been buying. Well, we bought a couple packs, but we haven't been buying packs. We've mostly been just getting like 10-cent cards from their bulk, and it's been a fun little project. Um, hey DD, question off the bat for you. Ever played the Nippon Ichi software PS2 strategy games? No. Disgaea is the most famous, but there's La Pucelle and Soul Nomad. I've heard of Soul Nomad, but no, I've never played those. Have I heard the new Kim Petras album? I have Nort. I have Nort. That is not on my radar. Oh, give me 1 second. Okay. Do I put my ad up? Karen L, go ahead and put your ad up. Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? It's been a weird long day. It's just been a weird long week. Um, yeah, I'll have some videos out soon. I'm probably going to be buffering for a couple days, putting out some stream highlights and some easier stuff. Excuse me, sorry. Some easier stuff for me to make. I'm going to have a video out soon on the new Modern Warfare 4, or Modern Warfare 7, I guess, however you want to. Fucking, what a pile of shit that looks like. Really, really honestly. In fact, I meant to, let me pull that up really quick because I'm gonna. Um, ugh. Darker global conflict. Sure, dude. Who the fuck? Man, the state of video game journalism. Who the fuck is Lemonwire, Geek Tyrant, and Dark Horizons? Back in my day, we had Polygon, Kotaku, and IGN, and we liked it. You able to pin it? Yeah, let me do that on YouTube real quick. It is also so hot today. Like I'm relatively warm. Which is why you probably see on my cheeks I'm a little bit red. There we go. All right, we're going to pin carries. There we go. Alrighty. That is pinned over on YouTube. Have I heard about the drone crash in Romania? No. Is it like a big drone or just like a drone? Nathan U 1899 releasing Modern Warfare during a Modern War feels kind of gross. Let me tell you about Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, the OG that was released during the height of the War on Terror. Oh, Russian drone. Okay, that changes things a little bit. Jesus. No, I hadn't heard about that. There's so much shit that I'm not hearing about, and I don't know if I'm just going to start using ground news, but the way whatever they've done to change the algorithm lately has created it fucking it's just a clusterfuck. So first and foremost, I want to talk about the thing that everybody should be paying attention to. If I had more money, I would be at Delaney right now, or I would try to be going there as soon as possible to cover it. The fact that it's in Jersey, it's so far away from where a lot of the other people who tend to cover this kind of thing are. Oh, Super El Nino. Yep, Super El Nino is another thing. Last time we talked about 0106. Last time we talked about climate change related to data centers. Yeah, I did. Goblin Culinary, thank you for 30 bits. Before we get into it, did you see Ken Paxton, unfuckable sloth beast that he is, called James Tallarico low T? Paxton looks like he gets winded stapling papers together. Yeah, Paxton also just pardoned a convicted child rapist. Like that motherfucker. Look, I know Texas has this like Texas tough. You know, we don't take kindly to nonsense around here, down home, family value, attitude bullshit. If it lived up to any of that shit, anything having to do with, don't mess with Texas, that motherfucker would not be drawing breath. Really quick, really quick. We'll talk about this for a little bit. I'm just gonna jump right into it today. I got motion. I'm moving fast. I've been writing all day. Been working on my script. Been working on trying to get trying to make a movie with nothing is fucking hard. I'm not gonna lie. So right now, so everybody knows kind of where I am with the current film project. The reason why I'm not saying, hey, give me money, hey, spend all your money on this is because I want to have something to show before I ask for any like kind of funding. That way we can do, a crowdfunding type deal. So right now, and if you are an actor, by the way, in Spokane, reach out to me. If you are a local talent, an actor, artist, if you work with props, if you work with cosplay, anything like that, really, reach out to me via email because I want to particularly highlight local talent however I can. But the state of the movie is that I'm in talks with a number of people about using their locations, their buildings for shooting scenes. And once I actually get that cemented, I can work out the scenes that will be shot at those places. And then once I have that, it's going to be a little bit of expanding from there. So I want to have enough to make a short, compact narrative that I can, if nothing ever else gets made from the project, I can at least have a short film because of that. But there is a whole feature-length script there that I'm hoping to be able to expand it to. And, you know, once I actually have something to show for it, then I'd be able to bring in a bigger crew, be able to actually pay them and do that kind of stuff. So next time somebody asks or says, hey, like, I don't need the donations for the money, for the food, for the movie film yet. But keep an eye out for, hopefully by the end of the summer, I'll have some kind of fundraiser or something to show for it. All right. Modern day concentration camp. Christ alive. The shit coming out about Delaney Hall and the ICE facility in New Jersey is harrowing. These motherfuckers are, oh, well, hang on. Let's have a wee bit of a laugh first, shall we?
Or that corporate leader will discuss artificial intelligence, AI, and be met with literal boos. Of graduation speeches where this or that corporate leader will discuss artificial intelligence, AI, and be met with literal boos. Now, you can't boo me, I'm the Vice President of the United States. So I watched a few highlights of graduation speeches where this or that corporate leader will discuss artificial intelligence.
All right, sorry, I wanted to catch that all over again.
A few highlights of graduation speeches where this or that corporate leader will discuss artificial intelligence, AI, and be met with literal boos. Now, you can't boo me, I'm the Vice President of the United States. So
anybody, like, bold words for somebody who's public image right now is hey, he's thinking of just dropping out of politics entirely because he's tired of being fucking dunked on. All right. Here is a quick look at something that are currently happening outside of Delaney. I need you to watch that. Watch the standing position, like to fully understand. And I know we talked about at the beginning of the year. We talked about the ICE mad dog killers, the fucking just feral mongrels they have for ICE who are out here enacting any terror they can with no accountability. The people who murdered Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and they have not been curtailed. There has been no oversight. All of the people being shuffled around to new departments, like I talked about a couple months ago, have not abated the bloodlust of these subliterate troglodytes that they got to play their fucking fascist mall cops. Here's the thing. If you're in this area, if you are in a protest like this and they start attacking you, we talked about it months ago when we saw some people being released from ICE custody, where people would swarm around ICE as they go and single out a protester to tackle to the ground. And these disoriented motherfuckers, these stupid, oafish beasts, if they lose the idea of control of a situation for a second, they fucking crumble. Yeah, no, they are very obviously trying to push the guy under the tires. Earlier today, there was another video of them almost pushing people into a, like, I don't know if it was speeding. It was probably the right, like, speed for the road, but a big truck that would have killed several people if they had been able to do it, if the protesters had not kept their head on a swivel. Is it weird to go to a protest where there's a lot of performative people? No. Unfortunately, like, I say unfortunately, but that's all protests. And in a way, being performative of a protest isn't bad because that's kind of what you're going there for. You just have to make sure you're angling it towards the correct things. Like, if you're making a show out of something, make a show out of something that draws attention to either the reason why you're there. What do you mean mice ice? I don't know what that means. Yeah, it's a Lenny Cat knows what to do as a great way to say it is like protesting is a performance. That's the point. But it's important to know that you're not there for yourself, right? Like, you are there to draw attention to an issue. So whatever performative displays there are there, it's why people get pissed off with the fucking, if people are doing Tai Chi outside of a detention center or dancing around in dinosaur costumes. It's like, that's not, you're not doing anything, or you either are not doing anything to help the overall cause, or you are very obviously using it to, like, make yourself feel better. Xander Wild, is it Second Amendment time yet? I really think it's that fucking time. I have a stomach churning feeling about Delaney Hall that I can't quite put my finger on. And I don't know if it's because I feel like somebody else said in here that they want to shoot another protester. They very obviously do. We know the person who killed Renee Good, who shot a woman in the fucking face, and then as she crashed said fucking bitch, that person did not get put in cuffs. That person is not awaiting trial or charges. They got transferred. And we know for a fact that in their fucking group chats, they were all high-fiving each other and saying, oh, yeah, beer when you get back home, bro. The people they have got for ICE, the people that all of this state propaganda and all the white nationalists protect your homeland, AI-generated garbage being pumped out on White House social media, that prime demographic want bloodshed. These are a assortment of disaffected groypers and mall cops. People who have never felt any kind of genuine control over their life, who want to then inflict any amount of suffering and pain they feel was unduly put to them on others. Why do the outfits have police ice on it? Because it's been part of this, like, wider brand or wider attempt to rebrand ICE as part of police. It's the same thing when people talk about our brave men and women. And I was curious about this, by the way. I looked it up. ICE's fallen officers. I was curious. Here's one. January 28th. 8 people have died in dealings with ICE so far in 2026. That was January. That's not counting the unknowable people who are being raped and murdered in these detention facilities. Any other accounts that weren't filmed that made it through to the mainstream. There's no way to, I am sure the death count is much higher. But I was thinking to myself, I was like, for all the people they've killed, for all the people they've shot, wounded, beaten, bludgeoned, Has there been one example? Because people are always, the conservatives are always talking about how, oh, these are our brave ICE officers, our men and women in uniform. They're out there doing just the Lord's work, defending our good white country. But you don't hear about, oh, this ICE officer gave the ultimate sacrifice. So I was curious about this. I was like, okay, wait, there has to have been somebody recently, like somebody they can even trot out as being the sacrifices. Here's the Wall of Honor, honoring our fallen ICE officers, 1915 to 2026. 1915 is fucking insane because ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, wasn't a thing until the early aughts. So the most recent person to die as a ICE officer, which is fucking insane that they have to like retcon a shit ton of people into being ICE officers posthumously, was Joseph Love in October of 2024. So still Biden. And he died of complications from multiple myeloma. Cancer deemed to be a direct result of his brave execution of official duties at Ground Zero. 2022. COVID-19. Yeah, of course, COVID-19. Of course. COVID-19. Died due to complications. Dog, COVID-19 is doing better work. COVID-19 has done more. I can't say that. I can't say that. This is a family show. This is a family show. That's COVID-19. That's crazy. Oh man. COVID-19 work-related exposure. COVID-19. Nope. Gunshot. The last person. I'm sorry. I was about to say the last person to die in the line of duty as an ICE officer was 5 years ago. And then I read the rest of it. On July 25th, 2021, James Dale Holdman Jr. died after sustaining a fatal gunshot wound to his chest as a result of an accidental discharge of a service-issued weapon. He was on duty at the time of the incident inside the secured parking area of an agency-leased space. So literally, accidental suicide. COVID-19. Cancer. Okay. COVID-19. Cancer. Oh, I think, and we're out of, oh my God, the 2-year gap between 2018 and then 2020, and then just a fucking COVID-19 racking up kill streak after kill streak. That's fucking crazy. That, like, okay, give me a second. Yeah, this is the, G Papa Chow, this is the Wall of Honor for ICE agents who have died in the line of duty. And like, look, between COVID and themselves, I really feel like ICE Antifa is hardly the greatest threat to ICE. In fact, quite literally, ICE is a greater threat to themselves. Statistically, you are more at risk of being an ICE officer and accidentally dying in a dumb fuck Mr. Magoo Rube Goldberg way. Statistically, you are more likely to die like that than you are to be killed by an Antifa. Wall of Honor. All right, give me 1 second, chat. Yeah, COVID doing more to rein in ICE. Legitimately, COVID did more to cull ICE and defend American citizens than the entire Democratic Party. Oh boy. Game Jawa. ODD. Thank you for $5. COVID-19 more like goated 19. Oh, thank you. Naib Hashmi liked and subscribed. I'm a communist from Karachi, Pakistan. Rare Algorithm W. Thank you very much for the support. I hope you are doing okay today. I ate my priest brain 99. I just came in. I'm seeing an article with the headline Modern Day Concentration Camp. How's y'all's Friday going? Rough. I mean, like, my Friday's fine, but, like, it's the world. Like, come on. Concerns are growing is a wild way to say that. There has not been two current well, okay, three things. One, what I forgot to bring it up. Yeah, we need to talk about this shit. Cuz we had a little, what the fuck is, oh my god, the web is goddamn unusable. Oh, fuck you. Just take me to the original fucking thing. Here we go. We had talked about, actually, I wanted to talk about this first because I missed this on last stream. We've spoken about, and this was months ago, last year, I think it was around September, where there was the body of a young black man found hanging, and it was ruled a suicide. And I expressed trepidation, but ultimately I felt like I don't know if there's enough to feel conflicted about. Now, I've done a lot more research lately, particularly because of the most recent video I've put out. If you haven't watched it yet, please go do so. It's kind of doing rough on views, but it has been incredibly well received, and I want to thank everybody who's liked, watched, and shared it. The video I did on The Suffering, a PS2 horror game that not a lot of people know about, The Suffering 2 particularly, and its ties and themes of related to racial segregation, and systemic oppression. So I have a lot of that stuff like in the front of my mind at the moment. I've also been rereading and reading some books. I started rereading That Nonviolent Stuff Will Get You Killed, which is another thing that is like just an incredible book. So the history of racism in America is a topic that it's been on my mind a lot lately. So seeing this at a time when, and again, I do my best to not conflate or compare the way trans people are being treated and the way people of color are being treated, because historically they've taken very different forms. The oppression that each of them have gone through have looked very different. Sorry, I was just looking at my dog. Um, but that is to say that there is also currently, I think we are up to 13 trans people killed this year. Like it literally seems like I cannot go a fucking day, and I understand that it's because now people are being a little bit more vigilant about it, and they're sharing it and spreading awareness, which is good. But you have like these quiet acts of violence that are just barely out of frame of all this other heinous shit happening. And I I have a feeling that something similar is happening between black communities and trans communities right now. And of course, the overlap of if you are a trans person of color or particularly black trans women. I don't know what to say particularly, but because I don't want to spread fear and I don't want people to fear monger. But if you are in any of these big cities, and if you ever have any worries about a friend from these places, it doesn't matter if you yourself are black or queer. Check in with people. Check in with your friends. If somebody needs a ride home, if somebody needs a place to stay for a night, if somebody needs something that you are able to provide, even if it might slightly inconvenience you, learn to recognize the signs of when you are needed or when you can help. It's not going to be always, but there are things that you can do to help be an ally, help keep people safe so that they are not in positions where predators, miscreants, rapists, abusers, murderers can get them. I talked about one of the things I talk about in my video, and I was very careful with the jargon I chose not to equate this to trans people, to not make it all about me. But I do mention in the video that the people most often at risk of being sex trafficked, murdered, abused, assaulted are people in low income areas. And there is a big overlap and there is a big Venn diagram between queer people, and particularly trans people, and black people and people of color. And there is an overlap in between those two circles. And in low income areas, that entire umbrella is at constant risk. It doesn't take the same forms, and it's not for the same reasons. It is not historically the same at all. But I need to stress, to be a good ally, you need to be paying attention. You need to be there and you need to be showing up. $2D Synctum, thank you very much for $20. Stay safe from this quiet genocide in the U.S. I think it was Logica. I think it was 12. It might have been 13. Give me a second. Once again, a black person is found hanged to death in a public space in the Deep South, the second time in less than a year. Once again, local authorities say it was a suicide and warrants no further investigation. This is a tactic that has a long history. Again, particularly with black people. I talk about it in the video. Again, I talked about so many of these issues in the most recent video I did. So if you want a lot more context and want to be able to better speak on these things, I do have resources in that video that I explain. But this kind of murder is intentional. It is not what two young black people would choose. It is historically, symbolically loaded. It is a absolute hate crime. And the thing that makes me feel in my gut so sure to say that is not because I have any concrete proof, but because there are hundreds of years of history of black people being killed just like this. And just like this police department saying nothing to see here. And that doesn't mean I'm accusing somebody of being, involved in killing them. But structural racism takes many forms, and one of those forms is not paying as much attention to the deaths, to investigating the deaths or crimes that happen to black people. So even if the police department didn't have anything to do with this, the very fact that they're willing to be like, yep, nothing to see here, is not only an outcome of systemic racism that continues to uphold the racist system, but it's also perfectly in line with decades and decades and decades of police behavior around issues like this. Really quick, Goblin Culinarian, thank you very much for 20 bits. I threw my open doors to a trans coworker recently. She managed to save enough money to flee Tennessee from Minnesota. I cannot fathom how bad it must have been for her to come to me of all people, and she's on my mind constantly. Thank you very much for that, Goblin Culinarian. That's the kind of shit that, like, that gives me a little bit of hope, honestly, for just people in general. Because yeah, how often it's I don't know. I just wish people were that giving. Because here's the thing. The people I've known my entire life who've been the most giving, the most caring, the most charitable, it's always people without fucking money. It's always people without money. And that's along any demographic line. The most charitable people I know, it's never been like, oh, yeah, they're all white men. Some of them are white men. Some have been black women. Some of them have been trans. Some of them have been gay. Some of them have been Asian. It is the one uniting factor is that they understand what it's like to struggle and how hard it is and how much harder life is when people turn their back on you. Goblin Culinarian, to borrow a line from Mississippi Burning, I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. I am angry, and I want you all to be angry with me. I'm so angry. I'm somebody I've struggled with anger issues in the past. Not like really bad. Like I've never, like, ooh, I've hit somebody. Like it has never even gotten to the point of physical confrontation, but I have struggled with anger. And tempering my more, let's say, radical ideas, the more, let's say, Fed posty things I want to say, gets fucking harder. I'll be real. It gets harder every day. It gets a lot harder every day. Judging by reactions on social media, the death of 16-year-old Juliana Nzita, found hanging from a tree on the grounds of a church near Charlotte. Get the fuck out of here. You mean to tell me, is it a black church? Death has ignited anger, spurred suspicion, and triggered painful historical memories. Jesus Christ. Yeah, here we go. It was in September. Case of a 21-year-old college student whose body was discovered last September under similar circumstances in Mississippi. Teenager had been reported missing on April 28th. A community member named Kenneth Tolbert made the discovery, told church officials, then dialed 911. United House of Prayer for All People. Damn. Okay, so that's a big church. Shit. Owns and operates soul food restaurants that serve the communities and host annual Memorial Day marching parades. Past bishops. This sounds like a black church to me. Like I just feel like any Mississippi church that like this seems like a historically black church. Yeah, so you're gonna fucking tell me that a 16-year-old girl hung herself on a historically black church's property and it's suicide. Get the fuck out of here. I've got fucking bridges to sell and I got them in my trunk. Some want to know why there's no closed circuit or security camera footage. Others have questioned the evidence found at the scene, including whether she could have used the blue chair seen in the footage to commit suicide. A report from the civil rights organization Julian, which publishes the Crimson Record, issued this year, identified over 70 deaths classified as suicides despite questionable circumstances over the last 25 years, stretching across 7 deep South states, with Mississippi reporting 20, the highest total. Fuck. What is the overall? Jesus Christ. No shit. God damn. The rate at which murders are solved or cleared has been declining for decades. It has now dropped to slightly below 50 in 2020. Fuck. Fucking Blake. Did I see the story about the trans woman that was pantsed at Cedar Point? No. Oh, no, I did. Yes, I have seen this shit. I saw when I believe so. I think this was, unless I'm thinking of something else, I think this came across. Oh no. Okay. Um Yes, the amusement park. I did see this. Police say the 18-year-old approached the woman from behind and exposed her body to onlookers. The unidentified victim told officers she believed he assaulted her because she's trans. The unnamed suspect, 18, allegedly ripped down the woman's skirt, which is fucking bullshit, exposing her buttocks and genitals, according to police report obtained by the Sandusky Register. Form of assaults. Public indecency. He was charged with 4 misdemeanors. Misdemeanors? Obstructing official business and resisting arrest. Police do not believe he was armed. Without saying a word, he allegedly approached a woman from behind, grabbed her skirt and underwear, and pulled them down. Jesus. What a fucking scumbag. You know, I will say, it's not often that police actually do anything right, and it's not often that people who commit hate crimes against trans people get a relatively immediate comeuppance. But I gotta say, seeing those two overlap and this motherfucker getting tasered, it's a nice balm. This is just the same article reposted somewhere else. I fucking hate the state of the internet. All right. Wall of Honor. Oh my god. I've already forgot that we went over all the ICE agents who either died by COVID or shot themselves, and now I'm back on board. I'm back in a happy place. And then back to the negative place. Department of Homeland Security said 6 demonstrators were arrested for assaulting law enforcement officers as activists clashed with armed federal immigration officers. Quote, this is Cory Booker. After seeing who is being held and the conditions under which they're detained, I believe most Americans would agree that this facility is a moral stain on our community. In fact, the majority of people we encountered have no criminal charges or the kind of violence or criminality that Donald Trump said he was going to focus his attention on. This is unacceptable to me. You know what's fucking unacceptable to me? This bullshit casual tone that Cory Booker is taking. Like, you are talking about the most grievous human rights abuses from a famously evil empire being enacted upon countless unknowable innocents. People being raped, assaulted, deprived, killed, trafficked, God knows what. And the best you can fucking manage after seeing it with your own eyes is, well, this is unacceptable to me. This is a moral stain. The Democrats have no fucking blood in their veins. They have no fire for an actual fight. It is so frustrating that this is the leadership that people are constantly saying, no, you need to get in line behind this. This fucking... No, you need to be calling these rapist, pedophile motherfuckers out and calling it what it is, crimes against fucking humanity. You can do that. Nothing bad's going to happen. The worst that happens is you continue to help normalize the idea that there is such unconscionable evil happening on the U.S. soil right now. Because God knows people like Cory fucking Booker aren't going to do much more than give lip service. So the very least he could fucking do to be useful is at least have it be in service of something. In service of pushing forward these ideas. In service of spreading this idea as unconscionably evil. But they can't. Because at the end of the day, the Democrats still walk the line of like, well, our brave men and women in ICE, we need to support them. At the end of the day, the Dem Party are still the ones helping to fund this shit. They just don't like that, oh, this is what it looks like. Well, this is obviously not up to our standards. The problem for Cory Booker, that he won't say here, but the ultimate problem for Cory Booker and other Dems isn't that ICE exists. It's not even that completely innocent people are taken from their homes and families for indefinite amounts of time. The problem for them is that so many people know about it, that it's so unseemly out in the open like it is. Riot police is advancing at Delaney. Oh, yeah. I think you told me about that, Goblin Culinarian. Thank you for 50 bits. Hello, Juno, dear. Like that my Democrat voice is Dave Chappelle doing a white guy. Let me see if I can find... Oh, God. Several hospitalized. Fuck, man. There we go. Okay. Yep. Status quo.
Most plumbing issues start slow, so you tell yourself it'll be fine. Until one day, that little issue is on the brink of disaster. It'll be fine is not a fix, but Tucson's Plumbing is. Call us today for expert
what are we
preventative
fucking
maintenance
doing here,
and a
man?
little peace of mind.
What are we doing, man?
They're under their gas masks. They're saying, move back, move back. And from what I can tell, there's no crimes have been committed here. These protesters are out here to protest this camp continuing to exist. They're protesting the conditions inside. They're demanding the release of the hostages, the prison to be shut down. And we still have not been told what.
It's, by the way, it's completely legal for you to own a gas mask. It's completely legal for you to bring a gas mask to these events. It's completely legal for you to hand out gas masks and help people get gas masks. By the way, I feel the need to remind people of some things like that. It's totally legal for you to have a gas mask and bring it to a protest. Much like it's completely legal to point out, that's all I'm doing, I'm pointing out, that at these protests, the protesters outnumber the ICE agents like 4 or 5 to 1 sometimes. I'm just pointing it out. Ivy Alvarez, thank you, sorry, for 4 months. Oh, damn, the situation seems pretty heated. Anyway, you want to buy some shit? Yeah. Bad time for the live ad.
Exactly is the crime that has been committed here. And if Governor Mikey Sherrill,
Yep, exactly, Jake GB, it is also legal to bring a weapon.
She is not ordering this, then maybe she wants to tell her pastor or minister, but there are religious leaders out here. There are elderly people out here.
All right, we're going to go and listen to some of the protesters really quick. This is the Delaney facility right now.
Seem unclear, like some of them seem like they weren't clear about if we were supposed to leave the whole street or if it's just pushing south. Like the language that they're using is just to push south. So they don't even know, like one of them was saying, oh, it's to leave the whole.
So that's another thing, and we saw this in Minneapolis. This chaos and confusion has become part of ICE in particular's branding when they're giving orders. And we saw this with Renee Good, where they were giving her conflicting orders. Stop, go, stop, move. Part of it is built into the apparatus so that they can just do whatever. Like that, it is the fascist equivalent of the customer is always right, except it's the customer's always wrong. Like the police are always right. But more than that, it comes from a lack of training, a very much a lack of goodwill towards the protesters, towards any civilians. They see you as targets. They want to kill you. That you need to understand this if you go to an ICE protest, because I genuinely believe this can't be said of every person to a protest. Like when I was in LA, we were protesting the National Guard there. The National Guard, they weren't there. They did not fucking sign up for the National Guard to go harass and be fucking jackboot thugs in the streets. You signed up for the National Guard because you don't want to go kill brown people. And you maybe want to help with flooding or fires or civil emergencies of that stripe. That's what the National Guard is for. Now, have some of them been disabused of that notion? Maybe. But I am not going to regard a National Guards person the same way I would ICE. Even now. ICE has been a coordinated, and this is the only time you can call it coordinated or tactical, has had a coordinated effort to specifically recruit the most unhinged, the most imbalanced, the most vile filth the underside, the drip pan of America you could possibly scrounge out of there. These are people who now exist in a constant culture, and you see this with military all the time, where they get sucked into these self-repeating cultures of transgression. You see it in the military with people who are in like special operations units or even like BlackRock-style mercenaries, where things like hardcore drug abuse, things like sexual assault, things like just wanton murder, the defacement and defilement of bodies, become so normalized that people don't even blink at it in those circles. That's what ICE is right now. And by the way, if you need to know about, have we ever talked about canoeing? I don't think we've ever talked about canoeing. Joey J, thank you very much for $5. Just want to say, hey, keep being you. You inspire me. I am grateful. As long as folks like you and AJ Squid Tips keep up the fight, I will too. Thank you. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. That's not what it's called. I love how you look up canoeing and they're like military kayaks and special operations. Yeah. Yeah. That's not what canoeing is. It's not that either. The Crimes of SEAL Team 6. There you go. Free. I wanna read it free. I don't want to do that. I don't know if I can look at that. What is tactical gear? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's canoeing. It's a fog patch. I actually asked them, what does it mean at first? I figured a canoe is a Revolutionary War symbolism, like in terms of Swamp Fox, who conducted recon on canoes. Turns out they just like putting a canoe through someone's head, like shooting someone in the head where their head splits in two. Yeah, canoeing is where the top of the skull splits open. Just an 11B. No wonder he gives 0 fucks on OPSEC. Let's see if I can find the description of it. We'll actually talk about this a little bit more today, too, because we're also going to be talking about American war crimes and propaganda. Sorry, I know I'm all over the place today. It's because we have so much going on. Oh, yeah, the tear gas is coming out.
The barrier there, they just fired, I think, a flashbang grenade.
This, by the way, when the Democrats fund in the next couple $1 billion to go to ICE, this is where it's going. The people you vote for are funding these measures to kill you. They are funding the people who want to kill you. At a moment's notice, there is not a single person in a line of ICE agents who would hesitate. Not a fucking second would they hesitate to dome every person there. Also, a huge portion is going to the IOF and MAGAV. That's not surprising. Oh yeah, of course it is. No, of course. Yeah, our best ally. Ooh, buddy. Awesome. Yeah, best ally got us into a war that, what the fuck was the headline I read today about? No, it was an article I read today about how it's looking like, because nobody knows where the fucking Iran war truce or stalemate is going to end up right now, but it's looking like Iran has America basically bent over a barrel saying like, yeah, now you're going to pay for all of our fucking reconstructions and shit from all the bombings. Why did we do that? Well, we also know it was Netanyahu who wanted Trump to fucking do it. Because we're just such good allies that we're going to fucking tank our economy, global oil trade, for the whims of these genocidal fuckheads. Oh! Whew. Goblin Culinary, thank you for another 25 bits. Liberals call it a fork, but MAGA Chad defenders of the country call it a tactical toast extractor. Jake GB, thank you for another 5. Difference between state militia / local PD and ICE is that the former must go through local officials, where the latter is President's Praetorian Guard. Yeah, that too. Oh, thank you, Ivan Alvarez. Thank you for 30 bits. I've been watching your streams on VOD for like 2 years. You inspired me to play video games again. Hell yeah. Now I hate you because I cry at night because I suck at Blasphemous. I've always meant to play Blasphemous. So I'm going to be living vicariously through you on that, because it's a game that's always looked really cool. I love the art style of it. I really love the art style, but just like I lived through the 2D kind of renaissance, and I feel like I survived with my sanity intact, and the exchange was that I have a really hard time playing, unless it's like Castlevania or Ninja Gaiden or something where it's a known quantity to me. I have such a hard time playing 2D games. I really do. Oh, Purely Plump, thank you very much. I don't want to deter you too much from what you got going on. I want to say I adore your Suffering 2 video and can't wait to see the next one you got planned. Well, so I'm working on them already right now. The next video game video I'm doing will be the long-awaited, I'm finally sitting down to write it, Hideo Kojima's Mommy Issues, examining... It's not just going to be about Hideo Kojima's Mommy Issues. It's going to be kind of a full spectrum of examining gender and stuff through... Awesome, Stella, you know I didn't. You know I didn't. I'm so sorry. Through the lens of gender, or through the lens of Kojima's games. So Hideo Kojima's Mommy Issues is coming out. Before that, I have a couple things I'm working on. I have a video I'll be doing, just a little brief breakdown on the Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare video, or Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. That's so fucking stupid to say now. That reveal trailer for what a joyless fucking piece of shit that looks like. What else do we got? I'm doing a tier list for my fans out there who love to watch me suffer through things, which I know is a lot of you. I have a video where I'm going to be doing a deep dive into the catalogs, the rich and varied just art of MAGA rappers. Yeah. So that's... I have videos coming. I'm always working on something new. Oh my fucking god! I can't fucking believe this.
So Anthropic.
All right, let's go. Oh, they brought the horses out. Elric 111. That's so fucking real. Born to be a video essayist, cursed to be a React streamer. It's very frustrating. Like just looking at the most recent videos I've done, where I have like my video on slop culture and kind of societal collapse, which was a labor of love for me. I am so happy with how that turned out. And people love it. It's gotten really great reviews. It's at 30K after a couple weeks. And then I put out just a stream react of me reacting and laughing at Jeremy Boring. It's got like 40K views. It got like that basically in a couple days. And then this video, another long essay I worked on really hard, really long, hour and a half, piece of good edited written content. Not a stream react. And it's at 15K in like 4 days, which is rough. Like I'm not gonna bitch about it too much, but y'all, please just go watch and share the video. Go on Twitter, go on Blue Sky, go on Instagram, go on Reddit, wherever. Just please watch and share it. That's all I'm asking. I try not to like beg for things too much, but I really want these videos to take off more. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get some water.
So they're going again on horseback. Watch it, John, watch it. There's a car, The governor needs to stand her horses down. This is making the situation 20 times more unsafe than it was. This is even more unsafe. You see them hitting unarmed protesters. Oh my God. That was another flashbang grenade, we believe. Look at the journalist in the car. Oh, there's a journalist literally covering this in the safety of her car. That's the difference in status quo and whatever media that is. We are out here under attack with the people. NBC is literally inside their...
Speaking of, did I see the ad for the latest Jubilee? No. Awesome Stella hooked me up with that. You know I can't resist hate watching Jubilee's bullshit. Dexter Bronco, thank you for $1.99. We still use horses. Where are they kept? That's actually a good question. That's a good question, Mega Man. I don't know. Like, they have to have a stable, right? Because first off, I've only ever seen police horses in big cities. Yeah, why the fuck do we still have horses? Like, oh, they're big fucking animals. They are scary. I almost got trampled over by a horse in LA. Like, when you see, because, you know, like, I don't know, everybody knows what a horse looks like, but when you see that shit up close and coming at you and there's a fucking stormtrooper on top of it, like, that, yeah, that's intimidating as fuck.
Economically, we're better under Joe Biden.
At the end of his administration, absolutely.
Yeah, so can you give me an example of how?
Yeah, GDP growth was better off. Real median wage growth was better off. Inflation was better off at the end of his administration. Unemployment was better off.
Dave Rubin versus 20 far-left Democrat. Well, first off, that's an oxymoron. But also, like, that's, for some, I know some of these cats. I don't know them, but, like, this guy, I've watched him eviscerate far more confident people than Dave Rubin. Like, you're setting up T-balls.
Of his administration, with the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration.
Was the Rubin report? Yeah. Did that also accept Russian money?
What show did I do for Russia?
No, I'm not saying you did a show for Russia. I'm saying Russia saw you as a stooge who could easily say the talking points that benefited them.
What law is stopping you from doing anything that another...
Okay, wait. Is because he's very clearly trying to, like, do a Charlie Kirk thing now. God damn, he got old quick. He's very clearly trying to do, like, a Charlie Kirk thing. But is this highlight reel just him getting dunked on?
Other person cannot do.
Laws are not protecting trans people. If they were, trans people would not be disproportionately unemployed.
Yes, mama.
What would you like the law to do for you? Again, the law can guarantee equality.
No, he's like literally, like, close your eyes and lower his pitch a little bit, and he sounds, it's the same fucking tone, like that very middle condescending tone that just pissed people off about Charlie. Listen.
Can't guarantee protection, right? So
yes, it certainly can.
My first surrounded claim is that wokeism did more damage.
Hey, you. Hey. Lady, stop. Apparently the horses are donated by the public and kept in stables. God, that sounds so depressing. Because they have to be, like, specially trained, I think. Like, because how else? Like, they're big fucking animals that aren't used to like strenuous environments. I feel like obviously it's abusive to have horses do that, but I'm shocked that we still do it.
Cars.
All right. Oh, Jesus. What happened?
So they're pushing the.
Sometimes their batteries just run out.
So they're pushing the.
I hope that's just their batteries running out. That's scary as shit. Okay, we got a multicam set up here.
That's exactly what we were all doing. First, we get ice coming out.
Oh yeah, Luke Willoughby, the stuff about dogs in the Fort Bragg cartel is fucking horror movie shit. It's funny you say that because I'm actually one of my many one of the many scripts I'm working on involves a military dog in a horror setting. And I won't say anything more than that right now. Did I see the Bad Empanada video? Was it recent? Because like, dog, he's got bigger people to care about right now dunking on him than fucking me. No, that's his main channel. Or was it the one from like a couple weeks ago? Yeah, I think it was just the one from a couple weeks ago. God damn, he posts so fucking much. Yeah, it was a couple weeks ago. Israel's right to exist. Yeah. No, I saw it. It was the same disingenuous shit that I have talked about openly many times. Well, I didn't watch it, but I know what he was arguing because we talked about it in DMs actually. In a conversation that I tried to be very polite about, but I seeing how he acted right after, I do not think it was productive. Anyway. What Joe says. Hey, DD, I'm trying to send a super chat, but it's not letting me put fuck ice in the message for some reason. It might be because of the F word. That might be because of the F word more than the ice thing. So this is part of what people are currently protesting right now.
I never want to, dude. I don't care. I don't care how many people I upset. I'm never, ever shilling for the Democratic Party, ever in my life. I don't give a fuck what happens in the midterms, to be honest, at this point. If you're looking at me for being like a light for the midterms for Democrats, that's over now. That's so done.
And the people who will criticize that sentiment will be like, well, then you just want more bad things to happen. Without for a fucking moment reflecting that none of this happens in a vacuum and that all of the systems that enable this shit were funded, supported by Democrats. From LA Taco Daily Memo, around 500 people are now on a hunger strike at 5 ICE detention centers. Literally more brave than the troops. Started with one man at the Torrance County Detention Facility in New Mexico, Cuban immigrant named Rogelio Balouf, who has been in ICE detention since last August. He says on May 5th, he was removed from his cell and transferred to a field office in Albuquerque, then transferred to Camp East Montana in Fort Bliss, then to Alabama, then to Mesa, Arizona, and lastly to a detention facility in Washington, all over the course of 48 hours. Again, like, the kind of shit that your fucking tax dollars are going to. I know people like to jot down that, yeah, we're doing this big fucking UFC celebration and we're building a whole new bunker in the White House. Like, all of that chintzy, tacky Walmart parking lot sideshow bullshit. Yes, it is continuing the ongoing, incredibly fitting trailer parkification of America. But on top of that, it is a constant battle between whether more of your tax dollars, whether more of your money, whether more of the money that should be going to schools, roads, education, helping people, is going to cruelty or sheer stupidity. And it's constantly neck and neck. It'll jump forward, and then the other one will catch up. And this right here, equally stupid and cruel. Since the hunger strike, he says he's lost 25 pounds. Following his example, 100 people at the Adelanto Ice Processing Center, 20 more, and an estimated 300 at Delaney are all currently on hunger strike. God damn.
Real fucking weird. The branch of traitors.
Yeah, there you go.
The branch of fucking traitors.
Exactly.
Free them all. Free them all. Don't agitate these motherfuckers. They're looking for free them all. Free them all. You were supposed to be here protecting us. Instead, you brutalized us just like they did. Who do you serve? Who do you serve? Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you protect?
Yeah, I voted for Trump in 2016, and now I guess I'm smart enough.
Who do I serve? What am I supposed to answer? Jesus? Goblin Culinarian, thank you for 25. I would literally rather have a million undocumented immigrants just trying to live their lives than one single Magadouche. Yeah, because immigrants just trying to live their lives actually improve society. They actually improve culture. Oh, yeah, I forgot about. Don't give up, a letter from Delaney Hall. A letter written by detainees inside the ICE detention facility was published 2 days ago on May 26th. Comunicado. We, the detainees at the Delaney Hall detention facility, wish to express our objection to the violation of our rights as immigrant human beings. We, the detainees, are demanding our progressive release based on the fact that our arrests were illegal. Immigrants to this country have the right to await our pending immigration proceedings outside of prison. Therefore, we demand to be released on bond or parole so that we may complete our proceedings. Furthermore, we call for greater efficiency in the judicial processes, as well as greater effectiveness and urgencies for those who request and sign their voluntary release. We believe it is unjust to keep people who wish to leave of their own free will in custody for up to 3 months. No fucking lies detected. In addition to the unlawful and forced detention of most of us who find ourselves locked up here, there is the inhumane treatment that all detainees in this facility endure on a daily basis. The company in charge fails to meet the... Oh, by the way, yeah, I need to... It's a privately owned facility. It's a privately owned concentration camp, by the way. I forgot to mention that. I talked about private prison facilities and how much of a lucrative business it is. Fuck, man. If you want some real Heart of Darkness shit, if you want to go down a really dark rabbit hole that will radicalize you, look into private prisons. Just take a peruse through the topic. To their administrative incompetence, we must add the following injustices and irregularities perpetrated by ICE and GEO. Quote, including food containing worms or in a state of decay, unresolved issues, particularly with bathrooms, which are in terrible and inhumane condition, ventilation problems, serious health issues. Most people have a persistent flu with phlegm that won't go away. Many have conjunctivitis, urinary tract infections, fever, and cough. This is the shit. Again, I am so pissed off at so many people that they can look at somebody like Cory Booker and being like, yes, this is the right way to solve this. The right way to fucking solve this. I can't say it. I can't say it. I can't be fucking saying it. What Joe says, thank you for $5. Live 30 minutes from Newark. I'm so pissed off right now. I'm going to join my protest tomorrow. Fuck ICE. Be safe and bring something for the protest. And don't forget sunscreen and preparedness. Medical care issues. If you're sick, you have to submit a request that takes 2 weeks to be answered or you never get a response at all. Nurses refuse to treat you. They only prescribe Tylenol for all ailments. ICE agents coerce detainees into signing deportation papers, which, by the way, is another part of the top-down effort to make ICE agents, like these deporting numbers, they're gained through this. It's because people like Donald Trump and Stephen Miller have this fetish with the numbers that they're already faking, but they want to have some kind of basis for them. And it's this. Detainees are forced to work, in most cases without pay or for $1 an hour. We appreciate the support. We appreciate the support of everyone who's protesting. We want you to know that you give us the strength and determination to keep going. Please don't give up. We ask all relevant authorities for an urgent response and look forward to hearing from them. With the utmost respect, the detainees at Delaney Hall facility. Why isn't this plastered fucking everywhere right now? Mirror X Shard, thank you for $2. The Alabama Solution, great documentary. Check it. Oh, God. Oh, my. I made a reference to this joke as a joke. Like I in the essay on slop culture, how you want to start by trying to explain any difficult concept to an American, you start by relating it to food. Like it's really fucking simple. I'm sorry, it is. If you, as a Democrat, have any fucking belief in humanity, if you have any humanity left, you would all be, there would be very few issues you'd be campaigning on. And you'd be campaigning in far more vicious and effective ways. The fact that none of these people have gotten through their thick skulls, that you need to bite the fuck back at the bare minimum. The gloves have been off. There is no such thing as proper decorum anymore. And the best people can fucking muster is memes. Probably AI-generated memes. About burgers. Schnauzer, thank you very much. Hey, Dead Domain, just wanted to say I really enjoyed your latest long-form video. Would love to see more like that. I am working on a couple. I was talking a little bit earlier about the ones I've done, or the ones I'm working on now. If you enjoyed that, by the way, if anybody did enjoy that video, go check out my video on Wolfenstein: The New Order. That's another one that is woefully underwatched. Although I did that shit years ago, and my audio isn't amazing in it, but what was I doing? Yeah, there we go. Wow, 25K. Holy shit, that one's popped up a little while. Okay. And I guess 4 years. Time passes. Yeah, go check that one out. Goblin Culinarian, thank you for 25 bits. Don't knock it. This is kind of lowest common denominator shit I have to use to get through. Yeah, people, exactly how bad it is. Tired of paying $12 for that Whopper. Stop voting Republican. You're not wrong. I am a little bit overzealous in my criticism there, because I do the same thing. Like, you have to... It's just annoying that you do have to talk to the average American who is completely, somehow, still disengaged from politics. Like, it is annoying that you do have to coddle Americans so fucking much. I think people don't get, because I see, I follow a lot of accounts and a lot of radical people online, and a common refrain I see is, fuck, I hate coddling Americans. And I'm like, I'm American, I get it. I do too. But there is something key to understand about Western, the Western culture, as it applies to America. I would include Israel in this for obvious reasons. Germany, Spain, Italy, the UK, anything we consider the West, even Canada, is that by and large, people through technology, through the shared systems of capital and commercialism, are so fucking comfortable. Even in their discomfort, even in times of economic strain and pressure, we are still so much better off. And I'm not saying that you individually are, I'm saying as a society. And even more than that, we have built in all of these mechanisms to constantly try and tell people the thing you think you're seeing, you're not really seeing. Like, the fact that you think you're paying more for gas, it's like, it's not that big of a deal. Come on, it's a recession. It's bad for a little bit. And it takes a lot of work, because capitalism kind of works like a cult. And to try and radicalize somebody, to try and get them to understand how these things are tearing away at their very humanity, you do have to peel it back layer by layer. It's a lot like, and I say this as somebody who spent a lot of time researching and looking into both capitalism and cults and how they affect people. It is a lot like, what's the word I'm looking for? Deprogramming from a cult. Nehemia, thank you very much for $10. Fun fact about the German camps, most people died due to starvation and untreated diseases. Also, well, I don't know if the camps themselves were private, the gas, etc., was produced by private corporations. Yeah, crematoriums, too, famously. Crematoriums were famously produced by private fucking corporations that, yeah. No, it has always been, and this was the thing that I've been hammering on since the fucking beginning of Trump's new Reich. And it's the same thing that often goes underreported and underconsidered about the genocide in Gaza, is the things that you are paying attention to are not the things that are killing most of the people. And when it comes to the horrors of stuff, like, go look into doctors' reports out of Gaza in the last 6 months. Go look into people have skin conditions that they don't know how to fucking treat. The conditions are so fucking bad there because it's not just one thing. It's not just that they're starved. It's not just that they're exposed to the elements. It's not just that they're packed into cramped quarters. It's not just that they're living in open sewage because they have nowhere to fucking live. It is all of these things combining to create a constant petri dish that even the most brave, hardy people are forced to succumb to. And this is the same fucking thing that is currently happening in any amount of ICE detention facilities right now. People going untreated for diseases in cramped containers like we've seen. What the fuck happens when one person is sick in a room full of 100 people where there is no sanitation, where there is no medical treatment readily available, where there are no bathrooms that work properly, and where all the food is rotting and will make people sick as it is? It is not just that people are suffering, it is that they are being intentionally tortured. It is systematic deprivation of human rights. I know that I'm a bad leftist for thinking that we will need at some point. I know a lot of leftists love the idea of completely abolishing all of the incarceral system. And I do agree that the incarceral system as it stands, the for-profit prison, is objectively evil and needs to be destroyed. But even in a perfect future where there needs to be community policing, where there needs to be mental health evaluations, where there needs to be some kind of aspect to help people instead of just reacting to every outburst, to every societal pressure with force like we do with police, there is going to, out of just necessity, out of necessity and the preservation of a group, there are going to need to be people put in some form of detention. And it doesn't need to be as cruel as this. It shouldn't be as cruel as this. There is never a point, even in that possibility, and I'm talking like, somebody who's dangerous, in a perfect capitalist, in a perfect communist utopia, even somebody that is dangerous is going to exist. Even people having all of their needs met will not stop people from human nature. It's not feasible. It will curb and help and create a better world for everybody involved, but you need to plan for those things, right? That said, even the most depraved of murderers still deserves human rights. And currently, your country, if you are in America, they are not treating murderers that way. They are not treating pedophiles and rapists, people who were with Jeffrey fucking Epstein. They're not in bars. No, it is innocent people who came here for a better life, to escape from poverty, from war, from drug gangs, from usually, by the way, conditions that America played a part in. And this is how they're being treated. Goblin Culinarian, thank you very much. I'm not anti-prison, I'm anti-prison complex. Prisons should be completely profit-free, yep, and should exist as a means to sequester dangerous people unfit for society, yep. I'm thinking the Deck Ranger style, locking people in playing cards and filing them away until the end of their sentence method. And I don't even know that. Like, I think it needs to be an extraneous circumstance. Like a mass murderers, pedophiles, rape, like extreme circumstance, like these people, because it's just going to happen. There are going to be people that just cannot fit with everybody else and are a danger to themselves or others. But I also think that creating healthcare pipelines and creating pipelines to reduce recidivism is the number one priority for literally any prison project, whatever form that takes. Sorry, I'm just making myself more depressed now. Below High Blast, thank you very much. Based on your own history of being in religion and such, I'm sure you are familiar with the poverty imagery used in organizations that fundraise for poor kids in Africa. Oh boy, yeah. It'd be interesting to see a deep dive video on what these same Christian orgs are doing with the people in Gaza that are so much worse off than what they advertised about before, if that makes sense. That's actually a really good idea. I'll write that down. Yeah, no, exactly. Elon and Trump are factually thieving mess. Like again, it's a beautiful idea that nobody will ever have to be incarcerated, but also, unless you plan on just outright doing other things, what how are people going to pay for the shit they're doing now? You know? Goblin Culinarian, thank you for 25 bits. Zachariah Asmongold Hoyt takes a break from starring in the direct-to-DVD sequel to Hills Have Eyes to comment on his loneliness more at 11. I think you mean the Hills Have Eyes 2 with... Was that Wes Craven's son that did the sequel to the Alexandra Ajawa one? Why do I think that was Wes Craven's son, right? Which is kind of funny because Wes Craven originally didn't want to do a Hills Have Eyes 2. He very, very famously, like, completely half-hearted, just shit project to get funding for his next movie. The second one was Alexandra Ajawa? Was it? No, there was a direct-to-DVD. I'm pretty sure it was direct-to-DVD. All right, now I gotta look this up because I'm feel like I'm going insane. To 2006. Yep, there we go. Die Glucklichen Sturben. Oh no, it was co-written by Jonathan Craven. There we go. Sequel to the 2006, which was a remake. Yeah, that's where it was. Directed by German film director Martin Weiss and written by father-son team Wes and Jonathan Craven. Yeah, it wasn't a good movie. It was bad. Oh, I guess it went to theaters. Shit. That's crazy. Favorite Craven, favorite Carpenter? Ooh. Oh, there's so much Craven to choose, like so much Carpenter too. Okay, like the mainstream pick for Wes Craven, I feel is Dream Warriors. But I don't know. I watched Serpent in the Rainbow recently. That's fucking great. Bill Pullman, always solid. I watched Shocker recently too, which it's fine. What was another one? The People Under the Stairs is a really great one. The People Under the Stairs is a really great Craven. I would go for Wes Craven. I would go New Nightmare though. That's one of my fucking favorite movies. Just full stop. And then for Carpenter, like so many people, here's the thing with John Carpenter, I feel like so many people go a classic route. They're going to go Halloween. They're going to go Escape from New York. They're going to go The Thing. The Thing is a really big one. Serpent in the Rainbow, pretty good. But for me, to me, John Carpenter is like, I love Big Trouble in Little China. I love, Escape from New York. I even like Escape from L.A. But the essence of John Carpenter's creative work is that Apocalypse trilogy, which is not a official trilogy. It's just kind of something he regards as a thematic trilogy, of like what different versions of the end of the world look like. And that's between The Thing, Prince of Darkness, and In the Mouth of Madness. In the Mouth of Madness is one of my favorite, another like fucking banger horror movie. Like In the Mouth of Madness, if you've never seen that movie whips. That is fucking Carpenter doing it like nobody knows how to do it. And Prince of Darkness is cool. I just like, it's got Donald Pleasence. I think that's the one with Alice Cooper, right? I think that's the one with no, Prince of Darkness is the one with Alice Cooper. Oh yeah, German Cow JJ, John and Cody Carpenter are putting out a new album. I love John Carpenter's music. If y'all haven't peeped that, some of the best like synthy and vaporwave stuff out there. Really, really goddamn good. Oh, I forgot to see some of these. Like when you go down John Carpenter's filmography, I feel like a lot of people kind of shit on him for having, like a couple of rough ones like Vampires and Ghosts of Mars and shit like that. Was it? Yeah, John Carpenter did Ghosts of Mars. Because there's also Red Planet that I always get that confused with. But goddamn, what a fucking, just a rock star filmography. One of the best to fucking ever do it. Oh, Starman. Hell yeah. I always got Starman for the longest time until I saw both of them. I always got Starman confused with, what was the Tobe Hooper movie? Because there was one that it always looked similar until I watched it. Was that Life Force, I think? Velvet Fire. Have I seen the AI bullshit the Osbournes are doing? Yeah. Yeah. The first Vampires was Last Starfighter. No, it wasn't Last Starfighter. That's one thing I fucking love about... I didn't live through the 80s or 90s or 70s for that matter, but there was something so fucking fun about so many of the directors from that time. Wes Craven, John Carpenter, Tobe Hooper. Like the people who built Sam Raimi, the people who built the horror genre as we know it now with all these amazing franchises, would also just like be able to do their passion projects, do weird shit like Starman or fucking Darkman. A lot of man. Did I like Beyond the Black Rainbow? Motoko Colster, no. I wish I did. It's a very pretty movie. Like, it's a gorgeous movie. But it's so fucking boring. There is no forward momentum in the first, hour of it. It's so bleh. Oh, yeah, Village of the Damned. Hell yeah, Len. I completely forgot about Village of the Damned. Texas Chainsaw, Eaten Alive is a great one. Poltergeist. Yeah, okay, it was Life Force. Poltergeist in 82. Night Terrors, The Mangler. I've always meant to see the Toolbox Murders. I always heard it was good. Poltergeist, I believe, first horror movie I ever watched. Velvet Fire. I was talking to someone about that today. I think it's because they had imagination. There wasn't studios saying you can't do that. It's going to cost us too much money. It's the same reason that there's so many remakes and not need. Well, so it like they did have. There were considerations for money. Like there were definitely considerations. That was the famous reason Joe Dorowski's Dune never got made. Is that they were like, yes, and we will have Sting in it. Then I will have like that insane shit. But those cases were fewer and farther between. Did I watch Tucker and Dale versus Evil? Yeah, I like that one. That's a movie I've shown to a couple people because I just dug it so much. Goblin Culinarian, thank you for 25 bits. Funny story, my partner whom I love wanted to watch my favorite movie, and I was like, really? So we put on Meet the Feebles. She said, I don't like movies with a lot of gore. Darling, I love you, but it doesn't get better. If anything, it just goes faster. Meet the Feebles whips. I was going to make a Meet the Feebles joke when I was in Seattle with Mia Moore and all the cast and crew, but I was like, if I make a Meet the Feebles joke here, it would have been good too, but if I make a Meet the Feebles joke here, will anybody get it? And I had to hedge my bets. I live in Seattle? No, I just traveled over there. So I want to... This is one of the funniest things that has happened in a while. By the way, if y'all liked Meet the Feebles, goddamn, I don't know. I've been in an exploitation film place lately. I think it's because I've been really racking my brain to keep any production like. So I've been watching a lot of like scrappier, what would have been called indie productions back from the 60s, 70s, 80s across all demographics and lines, and I fell backwards into a Russ Meyer flick or two. Man, look, people say, oh, they don't make him like this anymore. I would argue nobody's ever made him like him except for pornographers. That's the craziest shit. If you want a real head trip, if you want something to watch while you're high and you don't mind like full frontal, go watch Russ Meyer's Up. And like content warnings too. Like it's a movie that opens with Adolf Hitler getting suffocated by an Asian woman sitting on his face before paying to, by the way, get sodomized by a man. It's one of the most bonkers batshit movies I've seen. It was great. Anyway. No, it is. It is. Look, when I say it's, I'm not joking. Like, 1976. I think it's on Amazon. Yep, it is on Amazon Prime. Rocked by the murder of a depraved Nazi recluse. Yeah, Taco Kade. The movie synopsis. A well-endowed hitchhiker arrives in a town that has been rocked by the murder of a depraved Nazi warlock and finds herself pitted against a parade of perverts and ne'er-do-wells. Look, it's an exploitation film. I'm not saying it's like, go in with the understanding and expectation that it's a 70s exploitation movie. I am not advocating for the moral character of literally anything in there. But I am saying, if you are looking for some shit, that'll blow your hair back next time you decide to partake of the devil's lettuce, that'll do it. Like, do a fucking double feature with, like, Ichi the Killer or some shit. Oh, no. Another one another Takashi Miike great I found, Kageo, The New Generation. That's a fucking... Zetetic 6. I like The Devil so much. I read Huxley's nonfiction book about the events, The Devils of Ludon. Ken Russell. Chat. Can I talk? Jake GB, what's an exploitation movie? Is that like a film with illegal content? No. So an exploitation film is just like a genre of film that is extremely it's usually regarded as very transgressive. It kind of started in it might have been the 40s. 50s, 60s, 70s was kind of the golden era of exploitation movies because they would be at a lot of midnight theaters, they would be at a lot of adult theaters, and they'd be at a lot of drive-in theaters. So the key point of reference for exploitation movies are stuff like it's the things. If you ever saw the Grindhouse double feature with Death Proof and Planet Terror, they were made as a loving homage to those kind of movies where they would be usually ultra violent, ultra sexualized. There's an entire subgenre, well, multiple subgenres of like blaxploitation where you get titles I can't even say, but that's where you get people figures like Dolomite from, you know, and a lot of Asian exploitation movies, especially kung fu movies and stuff around like Bruce Lee in that era, like Shaw Brothers type stuff. There is a lot. It's a wide umbrella exploitation cast, but it is not for those, and I say this with love, it is not for those who are easily offended. Blackula. Blackula is another one. Yep. Blackula is great. Another one that they found, I think Shudder had it from a couple years back. They restored it because it was thought lost, was Ganja and Hess was a good one. Destructocam, do I offer consultations? On what? Pam Grier movies. Yeah. Pam Grier movies. Yeah, Pam Grier movies. How about Maniac Cop? Yeah, I would say Maniac Cop. That falls into it. Like it's something that has gone out of vogue because we don't really make, like, there's not really a market for it like that. But it's something that was still, like, there are films made in the spirit of exploitation. There always has been. And it's usually lower budget. It's usually high attitude. It's usually fucking, like, gross gore or lots of sex and, yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, Lennon Cat knows what to do. I'd say that. Exploitation films are basically seen as having little to no artistic value and are just to make money, seen as chasing trends and being sensational for shock value. Yeah, and you got a lot of, especially, like, they would follow monster trends. Easy Rider, when Easy Rider popped off in the 60s, I think. Then biker movies became all the fucking rage because a lot of them were fucking easy to shoot out in, you know, Paloma or wherever the fuck, where they would just literally go out to a completely desolate stretch of highway. This is why, by the way, if you ever watch old fantasy movies used to do this too, where it was just shot in some fucking California desert, you know? And that's why. With the first Terrifier, yeah, I would put Terrifier into the category of an exploitation film, I think. I would say that. I think, yeah, and J-Lo's World, I think Giallo films are... Giallo is... It's very similarly regarded. Like, there's a lot of overlap between, like, Italian horror, European horror, and I think especially... I think the thing that unites them more than anything is their emphasis on budgets and keeping them real sparse, which is why so many horror movies back then used castles and shit. Can I recommend some exploitative movies? Sharknado and Velocipaster. I think there's something to like Sharknado and Velocipaster. Definitely, they carry a similar spirit as, you know, like Attack of the 50-Foot Woman or shit like that. Can I recommend some exploitation movies? Not a lot that I feel comfortable actually recommending, because some of like there's a lot of stuff that is cool in old movies, but then you go back in exploitation movies. The big problem I have with them and watching them now is that like there's so much rape. There's so much rape in those movies, and it's like it gets really uncomfortable because a lot of movies, like these super low budget films would pad for time. So it's, again, if you go back and watch a lot of old shitty B movies, you notice two things. All the scenes go, like any scene of people going from one place to another lasts way too long, and there are a lot of conversations where people like the script obviously wasn't written, so they're just like ad-libbing, and it's fucking boring as shit. And so when they have scenes like that in these movies, it takes so fucking long and it's so fucking uncomfortable. Velvet Fire. I was actually talking to Koa about this earlier. I think Rob Zombie is probably one of the best modern. I think Rob Zombie is one of the last like true exploitation auteurs. If I were to say that. Oh yeah, I Spit on Your Grave. That's another one. Surprise slurs in the chat. Wait, what? Who's putting slurs in my chat? What happened? University of North Carolina. Cool, dude. That's, yeah. Wow, man. Ooh. You got me. Ooh, you got me so good, buddy. Yeah, I agree with that. I think Rob's Velvet Fire. I think Rob's like, I think his early stuff definitely House of a Thousand Corpses. I think it depends on what movie he's making, because I think his worst movies lean too far into those more exploitative influences, like 3 from Hell and God, 31. 31 is that was a low point for I'm a real big Rob Zombie movie defender. 31 is a fucking low point even for me. Have a good one, Halo Pro. Lords of Salem is my favorite movie of his. Lords of Salem is Rob Zombie's like giallo love letter. Like it's so, watching it and watching how he pays attention to lighting and composition. I want him to do more movies like that, because when he is very intentionally, obviously drawing from like Mario Bava and Dario Argento, and the attention that a lot of Italian and giallo film directors put into lighting and darkness and how that affected like the visual storytelling, he whips it. It's awesome. It's fucking rad. Wait, why am I so pink/red? It's hot today. It's hot. No, Lords of Salem whips. Lords of Salem is great. It's fucking no, it's 31. That's the real pile of shit. Zetetic, that is something I cannot I cannot condone that. Bernie Sock, Argento, Bava. Haven't heard those names in a long time. All right, let's watch some of this. What about Delrue McGrew? I still have never seen, and I've been meaning to watch Munsters. I still never watched it. I need to find it somewhere because I'm not paying for Netflix anymore. Oh God, yeah, Velvet Fire. The Crow is one of those movies I go back to all the fucking time, and I'm just like, oh my God, how did Alexander Proyas make that and then make Dark City and then later fucking made Gods of Egypt? Like, what are we doing here, dude? I have not made her. That's another one that's on my list. Dark City is a trip. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody mentioned that there was and granted it was really cut up and hard to see, but there was a brief moment where I actually used footage from Dark City in the culture essay I just put out. Go watch it and see if you can find it. Dark City, incredible fucking film. It gets a little it gets a little Dragon Ball Z in the end for my tastes. But that if you double shotgun Dark City and the City of Lost Children, oh lordy, oh, that's another one that goes like fucking. That's peanut butter and chocolate right there. That's good shit. And really fun, kind of pre-Del Toro performance from Ron Perlman in City of Lost Children.
What is that?
I also, God, I love. Oh, now you're making me think of. Fucking God. What's that actor's name who plays the big bad in The Crow? And he has the coolest like Southern drawl. Oh. What did I think of the later Crow movies? The one after it, I think, was it Salvation? Or it was City of Angels was like fine. But man, those other ones, it just kept getting sadder and sadder because they kept trying to get like cool, edgy actors, but they could just get like Edward Furlong and fucking I think was Corey Feldman one of them. Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for $5. Shut it down forever. No, yeah, I saw God, the fucking that recent movie too was such a bummer because it was so fucking dour and unenjoyable, and you could tell that, man, they thought they were fucking whoever the writer, somebody thought they were doing like they were really fucking redefining the character, and it was doing the Batman Begins thing like a decade after Nolan knockoffs were popular. But there was something to the violence in that movie because there's like a couple pretty okay fight scenes that just only happened at the last 20 minutes. I don't even think Eric Skarsgård was that bad. It's just like they went too far in the direction. Like they went too far trying to make it look like TikTok slop. Really. Oh my God, Violet left. Thank you for 1, 2, 3. Ooh, there we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you for 5 subbies. All right, let's finally get into this. I've been talking about, I don't even know what the fuck I've been talking about anymore.
Why do people listen to that fucking guy? He's fucking disgusting. Shut up, fatty. Shut up.
He's so fucking mad. Look. It's so funny how easy it really is to get Asmongold's goat. And I think what we're going to get to now, very few streamers, tons of people insult him to his face. Very few streamers are able to do it in a way that's as public as this, where they know he's going to see it because he cannot stop. Like, Asmon is more obsessed with Hassan at this point than I would say even Destiny. It's crazy. And I have not watched this yet, but I've seen the reaction, and I can tell by now. We've watched enough of Asmon to know when something actually bothers him. So take a little bit of just, I was gonna say breathe it in, but I don't think we should breathe in literally anything to him. Goblin Culinarian, thank you for 25 bits. Noted cockroach whisperer and local Slenderman proxy. Asmongold comments on another man's physical attractiveness. Yeah. Yeah.
What do you talk about, fatty? Call me, I'm disgusting.
Does he say fatty twice? Like that's the best he's got. Thank you so much, Hammock, for coming in. And Zetetic, thank you for 100 bits. Holy shit, thank you so much.
What is that fucking... Why do people listen to that fucking guy? He's fucking disgusting. Shut up, fatty. Shut up. What do you talk about, fatty? Call me, I'm disgusting. I guarantee you, if me and Stavros and Hassan had to walk 3 miles, at the end of those 3 miles, I would smell the best out of all 3 of them. I would.
What? What? First off, no. No way in hell. Asmon, the fact that you can't smell yourself does not mean that you don't smell. It means that you are used to it. And I guarantee that's what's happening. Second off, you don't leave the house, dude. What do you mean? If your body is exposed to outside weather conditions, you aren't going to make it a mile, let alone 3.
See, this is what happens whenever you're fat. Is that you think this is the way...
Whenever you're fat. Here we go. I love this. My favorite thing Asmongold does, and his fans have been doing this to me too, is asserting something as just being... Oh, he did this today with his gay tweet, which, by the way, if you haven't seen that... That's good stuff. We'll talk about that in a second.
It is. How did this happen? Is that you think this is the way it is? How did this happen? He looks like shit, right? He probably gets no fucking pussy. Asmongold, whatever the fuck his name is.
I don't know, man. There's clout. He's got clout.
It's really crazy to me. By the way, I think that these guys are really kind of self-reporting.
Oh, are they? Are they, buddy? Tell me why they're self-reporting. Goblin Coley, thank you very much for another 25 bits. Zach, if you, Stabby, and Hassan were in the same room, Stabby would be sitting on his chaise lounge, picking his teeth with your severed pinky finger. Stabby literally looks like he traveled from Anatolian Greece to murder your family for siding with the Trojans. No, and look, Stavros gets it. He gets busy. He pulls, okay? Stabby pulls.
So much of men that are leftists are just using it as a mating technique. They don't actually believe any of this shit. They don't even think any of this. They know it's bullshit. They just say it because it's a good way to get women to like them. That's it. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really, I don't have a girlfriend right now. No.
The cope is real. Yeah, actually, I don't even care about getting pussy because the only reason that any of you guys get pussy is because you're lying to trick women. Not even attempting to be like this time where it happened. It's just this is what happens when your brain is deep fried by 4chan all the time. Is that you just assert shit because you think, oh yeah, no, this is I saw how the world works, so obviously this is absolutely, yeah, that's just how it is. Yeah, totally. Yeah, chat. It's totally cool that I don't get any pussy. It's totally normal because that's these guys absolutely don't get any, and I don't have a girlfriend right now, but if I did, you wouldn't know her. So Yeah.
No, I don't. Like that. Yeah, maybe in the future I will. Maybe not. I don't. This is not my whole life. There's simps. Yeah.
Why is he weighing in? He's
Why am I weighing in?
some fucking idiot that what he streamed.
Because Elon boosted the fuck out of this
But
shit.
what did he stream? How did he get famous? Fucking
World of
Minecraft?
Warcraft.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, no.
A fucking World of Warcraft guy?
Yeah.
People listen to that fucking guy can't take a fucking shower?
Yeah.
Guy
I don't need to because I'm not fat. I don't smell bad. Fat people smell bad.
to live like that.
Close your fucking maw, you little rat fuck. Look at him. Look. Asmongold, I guarantee, is somebody who spreads anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Asmongold is somebody who absolutely has multiple happy merchant memes. Asmongold is somebody who I am saying would try and liken ethnic groups to rodents. And I believe he has in the past. I have never seen a human being more representative, more resembling a rat than that right there. Like that's crazy work. That's wild. Like he looks like a midway transformation point for a Disney villain that gets transformed into a rodent. He looks like he is actively anamorphing right now into a giant gerbil. That's crazy.
You just have, if you put light into the world and positivity, you'll get sucked off.
Yeah. It's all about having sex with women.
It's not all about that, but you sure wouldn't know about it. I haven't ruled out were-rat lycanthropy. Oh, Nahamia, thank you very much for $5. Asmon Conf looks like he calls women females. Oh, he absolutely does, because that's how zoologists who monitor him refer to those members of his species, whatever he is. Oh, they just haven't found a female Asmongold. Okay. No, now I'm getting it.
Their entire worldview and everything is built around the sexual approval of women.
No, it's not. They just happen to be talking about how you get no bitches. Like I am sure if I were to go watch that stream, they would talk about other shit. I'm relatively sure that Hassan did not just have Stavy on to only talk about your molded ass. Pretty sure.
That's it. It's kind of sad. Really. And also, like, by the way, I don't really like talking about a lot of, like, relationships or girls I talk to or don't talk to or anything else. I don't like getting in.
Don't talk to. Doing the girls I talk to or don't talk to. That's such a funny qualifier. Because that allows you to say that you just don't talk to any girl. Like, what do you mean the girls you don't talk to? That's just... What? I don't talk about the girls I don't talk to. I would hope so. Huh? That's Avalon and Babylon. That's every girl. What are you talking about?
Really? And also, like, by the way, I don't really like talking about a lot of, like, relationships or girls I talk to or don't talk to or anything else. I don't like getting involved in this. It's weird. I don't need to prove anything. I don't.
Jake GB, I doubt his mom even talks to him. I've got a great joke for you. I've got a zing. Got him. Fucking got him, Jake GB.
Don't need to indicate that women like me. It's just silly.
It's just silly because
What is that
no women like you, dog. So two more things. This was Alexander Nishian Vitalist, the the Ubermensch mind. Oh man, talking about Schopenhauer like fucking Asmongold could spell it without looking at the screen. Something that Asmon's been dunked on today because he's a lobotomite dipshit, has been this tweet. He responded to this post with, men are naturally more attractive than women on average. I'm gonna read this like him. Men are naturally more attractive than women on average. Yeah, that's why women need makeup. This isn't me being gay, it's science. Yeah, chat. Yeah, that's just the way it is. Look at a peacock or a cardinal, male versus female. Yeah, female bird get mogged. Greek statues dedicated to the peak aesthetic form, overwhelmingly men. So his two examples for why men, human men, are more attractive than women are, one, that's not a human, is he's trying to do some like Evo psych shit that literally does not correlate at all. And two, the vague idea motioning to Greek statues, because there were a lot of Greek statues of guys, so obviously that's the only proof needed is this isn't me being gay, it's science. It's another thing. Neither of those are science. Neither of these things are scientific, but in any way. Man. Rough, dude. Rough business. Anyway. Here's
going to bed at like fucking 1 a.m., 2 a.m. I mean, this is getting bad, guys. Like, on my day off, I washed my car and I did lawn work.
On my day off, I did normal human shit. This is getting bad. Fucking, my heart weeps for you on your day. Oh, it's like he's fucking having a breakdown here. On your day off, I did lawn work. Oh, the tiniest little. Dividing by zero. Thank you very much for $5. We need to discuss the Karenification of the right and seriously discuss the cringe stuff that comes from the alt-right from that angle. The amount of it pisses me off the way that the alt-right has become such pussies. It really does. Like, I've got people in my mentions being like, you shouldn't make insults about Asmongold's mother. That's low even for a Democrat. And then right below that, they'll call me a tranny who needs to be shot and killed. Like, it's terminal disease of being able to dish it or wanting to dish it, but not being able to take it. Like, out here in the real world, motherfuckers fight back. When you're not in your little 4chan hug box echo chamber where everybody just hates everybody else and calls each other N-words and F-slurs all the day. When you break out of that, people are going to call you shit back that will actually hurt. You got to fucking deal with that. If you want to square up and start saying, oh, these people should be killed. These people should be doing this. I think Asmon will be okay if I make fun of his dead mom who he helped kill, by the way.
I fed the birds. And I'm stressing out, boys. I'm stressing out. What's going on? Like, we gotta do something about this. Like, I have to, like, I don't know what I need to do. It's gotta be something. I gotta figure something out. Expiring? I guess so. And become a eunuch? Fuck it. I guess so. Damn, Unc got them old. I mean, I'm going to bed at like fuck.
Asmongold started stressing after realizing he's 36 and doesn't have a girlfriend. Women have become so annoying, we would rather fight against the negatives of loneliness rather than fight against the negatives of their toxic personality. Dog, you are not single because of women. That is a you problem. That is a YP, not an MP. That's fucking crazy. Anyway, this makes sense why I got into a little tizzy with Asmon a couple months ago when he said, by the way, he wants to talk about women. When he said this in December, everyone knows why. White women love to vote to bring in immigrants from shitholes around the world. But if Trump started importing millions of ABGs into America, they would form the SS overnight. By the way, ABG is slang for Asian baby girl. So I'm saving you a Google search for that. Hammy, I thank you for $5. By birds, he means vultures and crows because those are naturally attracted to smells like his. Oh, yeah. And then I responded in a way that apparently some found offensive. I thought it was pretty funny at the time. I just said, hey, Zach, when was the last time a woman was within 10 feet of you and you didn't have to pay up front first? I'm going to guess it was your mom's funeral. And you know what? Zach, you never said no. You never, I've never seen evidence to the contrary. So this is, I assume that this is true. Until otherwise corrected. I'm sorry. I'm laughing at my own jokes. That's bad form. That's bad form. Decoy tricks. I really did wonder why he was talking about arterial blood gas. Jake GB, thank you very much for $5. Asmon could give a homeless woman a $100 bill in exchange for her talking to him as a woman, and she would just take it and run to her car /tent. I would love to look. I know this is a long shot, but if anybody who's ever been in a romantic relationship, even one of the fake ones for Asmongold, I would love. I would do so much to hear the goss of what a horrible person he is to be in a relationship with. Because it's got to be fucking terrible. So thankfully, goddamn, post for ants. Ugh. So thankfully, Trump has been trying to rename the Kennedy Center and take over full control so he can enact his long gestating dream to be some fashion of Broadway producer. That's basically what he's doing, by the way, or what he was trying to do. And this incredibly long call-out post of him melting down is because of that. Shockingly, a judge appointed by Barack Hussein Obama, Christopher Cooper, ruled that the Kennedy Center, which was going to close in early July for large-scale is not one word, renovations and construction due to years of neglect, decay, and poor maintenance, and which had to be transformed by the Trump administration into the finest facility of its kind anywhere in the world, is not allowed to close for these renovations, which would not be possible to properly do without such a closure. Additionally, Judge Cooper ruled that the 36-member Board of Trustees, which unanimously voted to add the name Trump onto the former Kennedy Center, making it the Trump Kennedy Center, did not have the right to such an alteration, and the name Trump must be removed. Thank Christ. Fuck you. Dividing by zero. Thank you for $2. The Karenification of the right has to be studied. I think it has a lot to do with Trump, honestly. I think him being so fucking thin-skinned. Ugh. The Kennedy Center has lost over the years prior to... God, he fucking goes on so many run-on sentences. The Kennedy Center has lost over the years prior to our getting involved a short while ago hundreds of millions of dollars. In some cases, including... All right, I'm just going to read the fucking commas. I'm gonna read commas in these sentences because this shit is fucking insane. This is like senile stream of consciousness. The Kennedy Center has lost, comma, over the years, comma, prior to our getting involved a short while ago, comma, hundreds of millions of dollars, dash, dash. In some cases, comma, including ridiculous construction jobs that were done, comma, over $100 million a year. That's one sentence. I took great pride in taking over a losing institution, comma, and look forward to making it into a great and prestigious winner for Washington, D.C., comma, and indeed, comma, the United States of America. Period. Unfortunately, comma, Judge Cooper and the radical left would rather see it die than have President Trump transform it into something that everyone could be proud of, comma, much as I have done, comma, in many cases, comma, throughout my life, comma, and recently, comma, with all the construction, comma, renovations, comma, and fix-ups, comma, that we have completed with the Department of Interior on waterfalls, comma, fountains, comma, monuments, comma, and other things of beauty that we have brought back to life in a now safe and secure, comma, after record-setting crime, comma, Washington, D.C., comma, which is thriving like, comma, perhaps, comma, never before. Fuck, man. Fuck, man. UK Baphomet, thank you for following. Ugh. Therefore, based on the fact that the radical left Democrats care more about opposing your favorite president, me, than at... Like, okay, here's the problem. When he lays out what he wanted to do and what he's saying this is for and trying to portray it as like, yeah, we wanted to just... You can still do all the same maintenance. Your name just isn't on it. Like, they can still do all that shit. You just have to go through the proper channels. And your name can't be on it. If you actually, like, and this is so fucking transparent, it's obvious he doesn't give a fuck about anything but putting his name on more shit before he dies. And it's obvious he doesn't actually care about the renovations or any of that shit because he could just say, this is a bummer, but at least it'll get renovated and more people can come see shows and all that stuff. He's not going to do that because he wants his name on it. That's the only reason he gives a fuck. He feels he deserves it for some fucking reason. Nahamiya, thank you for $5. The universal sign of being a good person. I will only give you this aid if you name it after me. Otherwise, no shot. Yeah. Yeah. Based on the fact that the radical left Democrats care more about opposing your favorite president than saving a dying performing arts center, almost all of which lose large amounts of money throughout the country, we're going to be working with Congress to transfer this failing institution back to them so they can make a determination as to what to do with it. Judge Cooper was given a presentation by leading building and construction experts as to how structurally dangerous the building is, with rotting beams, parking areas that are subject to collapse, and various other life and what the fuck is a life problem? Life and safety problems, in addition to the fact that it also needs a major renovation from an aesthetic standpoint, but he was not swayed and said he wants a building to incredibly remain open and therefore dangerous. I doubt it's actually that dangerous. It had a season until recently. Goddamn. Blah, blah, blah. Judge Cooper should be ashamed of himself. I cannot be involved with a situation where danger to the public is allowed to flourish in plain and open sight. This is the guy sending ICE after fucking civilians. Unless I am free to do what I do better than anyone else, bring this institution back physically, financially, and artistically, I have no interest in continuing what could only be a hopeless journey into Never Never Land. Is that an Enter Sandman reference? There has never been a president of the United States who has been treated so unfairly by the courts as I. But that's okay. I will continue to do what is considered to be a great job for the wonderful people, blah, blah, blah. I've instructed the Department of Commerce to make all necessary arrangements with Congress to allow a full and complete transfer of the institution giving them the responsibility of its operation, maintenance, and management. Thank you. Which I'm willing to bet he will still fucking cut off resources to it, and then later be like, "Oh, see, look at what the Democrats, they've fucked it all up." Lenny Cat knows what to do. Thank you for 40 bits. When he dies, we need to bring back the Roman punishment of damnatio memoriae, where we erase his name from history. Oh, yeah. Remove his name from every building document, every contract, and every history book. Let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alrighty, chat. I'm too tired to talk about Call of Duty now. Huh. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 looks good. No, it don't. Because we're getting into that like vaguely ill-defined era, or it's the time of the year technically for E3 to hear about the Lego scandal. Which one? Sarah Nova? No, I didn't. What is it? What Lego scandal? The brick ABD minifig theft. Small brick? What? Whoa. Displeasure. Seller stealing 200,000 in Legos. Well, this isn't Call of Duty 4. This is Modern Warfare 4, Ethan Lycan, because they've made... This is the reboot Modern Warfare games, which fucking suck. God, they suck such shit. It's such a fucking bummer, man. They were given to sell on someone's behalf. Jesus. All right. Told him to get bent. Jesus. Largest personal Lego Star Wars collection in history, and there's fuck, man, there are some the sets. Goddamn, there are some expansive Star Wars figures. It's been a minute. Sarah Nova, this company called Bricks and Minifigs in Utah stole family's heirloom. Ugh, that's so funny. Star Wars Lego collection. It escalated until even after the company shut down, so they didn't have to cough up the money. But when the dude investigating them dropped the follow-up lawsuit to start a GoFundMe, he still ended up arrested. What the fuck? All right. Ed and his son Brian made the difficult decision to sell the collection. Yeah. Bricks and Minifigs franchise in Salem, Oregon. Sets go to the store. Store keeps 10% with something spells. Brian gets the rest. Oh my God. Holy shit. That's whole like troop legions and battalions. That's like old. God damn. I see that fucking sand crawler right there. That's expensive as shit now. Whoo. The real estate. No, the realist pessimist. Thank you for $4.99. Modern Warfare 2019 was the best Modern Warfare remake. Yeah. I just tried to tell you that I love that suffering video. Keep up the good content. Oh, thank you. Wishing you the best. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's been all fucking downhill. There's a lot of problems I have with 2019, but it was the first time in a while that Call of Duty felt like, okay, yeah, let's get back at it. And then, man, fucking Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3 are such boring, bland, flavorless gruel. Collection so big they had to bring in more shelving. The entire store is basically, god damn. Desperately trying to get the inventory that belongs to Brian out of the store and back into his possession. But suddenly Brian's signed contract was nobody's problem but his own, despite his $200,000 collection still physically sitting in their store. People showed up with the contract in hand to retrieve it and were immediately thrown out and permanently trespassed. Employees have been told by corporate that Brian had already been reimbursed and was just not happy about it. A lie told to their own staff so they'd become unwitting defenders of an evil they didn't understand. Brian was told what essentially amounts to, you're going to walk away from this, you're not coming back, and if you choose to sue us, we'll drag this out to court way past what the collection is worth. A $400 million company with lawyers telling a private citizen, is that fucking really how much that? God damn. When Brian was being stonewalled, a YouTuber took it upon himself to start applying pressure and documenting everything. What he's done over the course of the story goes well beyond a few videos calling out bad corporate behavior. I walked into Bricks & Mason corporate headquarters. CEO played dumb. The police, for their part, kept calling it a civil matter and declining to investigate every single time. All right, give me a second. I need to... Yeah, give me a second. I need to turn on the AC a little bit more now that's getting cooler out. Modern Warfare 2? No, Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare 2. Ooh. Now that's a fucking video game and a half. I will play through the entire Modern Warfare 2 campaign right now. Jesus. Someone called the police report claiming Reckless Ben was transporting heroin. What? Responded to a call after call from Bricks and Minifigure's side of the dispute. At virtually every moment when Ben or his associates attempted to pursue legal remedies, confronting management, attempting to serve lawsuit paperwork, police were called, invariably presented with a version of events favorable to the store. Officers responded, took the store's account at face value, and treated the people trying to recover a stolen collection as the criminals. God, I kind of wish I could get in on a story like this. American Fork, Utah Police Department officers. Officers were not neutral about this situation. They reportedly insisted they knew the subjects were lying, demanded to know where the drugs were, directing sustained intimidation at people who had done nothing illegal and were in fact victims in the underlying dispute. No drugs were found. No charges were filed. The false report... What the fuck? Audio by the account investigators does not protect any private individual. Yeah, no shit. One officer's camera reportedly failed to have its audio redacted. The synced footage from the other cameras make clear what was being said during the redacted portions. Angry Civilian, thank you very much for following. And thank you, Manuel Mellon, for the raid. Ben was booked in hell. Okay, wait. A search warrant was executed in Utah. The warrants stated target any stolen merchandise. The framing, lifted almost directly from Josh Johnson's retaliatory claim that Ben had stolen the Legos, was used to justify a raid on his B&B at gunpoint. According to documented accounts, the officer pulled Ben's arm back far enough to dislocate it, despite body cam footage showing Ben as being completely cooperative with officers. Jesus. Among the factors detectives cited when justifying continued detention, according to accounts of those proceedings, the plan to start a GoFundMe. It's not a crime to start one. The detective apparently was uncertain about this. What the fuck? What is this Lego fucking mob ring? Like, what the fuck? What? I'm so confused about this. No fucking shot. Bricks and Minifig CEO Amon McNeff is a graduate of Brigham Young. Joshua Johnson and Brand Best are, by public record, members of the LDS community. When Reckless Ben's team, following the pattern of obstruction by local law enforcement, looked into the individual officers, they found that multiple officers were also BYU alumni. Was this near Utah? LDS community is famously tight-knit and fucking literally founded by criminals. Like, the amount of crime that goes completely unreported, white-collar crime that goes completely unreported in Mormon areas. It's worth reading if you enjoy watching company use 500 words to avoid answering a single direct question. The core argument is that corporate wasn't a party to the consignment agreement. Consignment deals are actually prohibited, and therefore this is all the original franchisee's problem. What the statement never addresses is who currently has physical possession of Brian's collection. That question goes conspicuously unanswered. Our franchisees shouldn't have made that deal. It's not a legal or moral justification for keeping... Like, they give it back. Give it back. Agreement clearly states that consignment is allowed. Great, dude. It seems that Bricks and Minifig literally cannot stop lying about literally everything regarding the situation. God damn. Oh my God. The Salem store was eventually sued. They lost, and then rather than pay the judgment, the store closed permanently. That closure went somewhat viral a little while back. That's fun. They refused to return it. They threatened with him with financial ruin if he pushed back. They lied to their own employees. They had people physically removed. They called the police on victims attempting to serve legal papers, repeatedly providing false information to officers, found liable in court, closed the store rather than pay. And in the process, a man trying to document and expose this spent a month in jail, had his shoulder dislocated, and was targeted with a fabricated drug report, all while pursuing entirely legal remedies. The man who a court found liable for keeping $200,000 worth of someone else's property walked away. The people who tried to stop him got arrested. God damn. That's fucking nope. Y'all are right. That is a rabbit hole. Holy shit! Great fucking investigative work there. Vanilla Ice. I want to see who all is going to be there. What? No, it's the fucking the 250th anniversary lineup. Whatever. Multiple artists drop out. See the lineup so far. Yeah, I saw Bret Michaels was like, "No, I don't want to get there. I don't want to do that." AI overview, don't give a fuck. Been only a day since the first wave of performers for the Great American State Fair. Fuck, the Great American State Fair? That's what you're fucking calling it? The Great American Hoedown. God, the fucking I'm so tired of the faux Americana appealing to like this idea of people who don't exist anymore. Like, there are still fairs, there are still state fairs and people that go to them, but the people they are intentionally trying to appeal to with this degree of Americana are in fucking old folks' homes by now. Thank you for $5 now. DD, you could infiltrate this. We'll support you. I'm not touching the Lego thing. Dedicated to uniting Americans. Whatever. Here's a look at which performers have pulled out and those that are still set to take the stage. Flo Rida. Crazy. All right. Who is called off? Morris Day, Young MC, Milli Vanilli, the Commodores, Martina McBride, and Bret Michaels. God damn, they really just got anybody, didn't they? They just reached their hand into a bowl and just came up with whatever they got, they got. It's a no for me, day of Morris Day, and the time set in a May 27th post on Instagram. The artist did not elaborate further. That's funny. Quote, the artists were never told about any political involvement with the event, the rapper said in his post. And despite the claims by the organizers that the event is nonpartisan, Spin magazine describes it as Trump-backed. I have to perform in D.C. in the near future at an event that's not so politically charged. I think there's also a cooling effect here with, like, probably from Charlie Kirk and other incidents like that where people are just like, nah, I'm not. I think it is literally a matter of both security and conviction. R&B group Milli Vanilli also bowed out. With singer Jody Rocco telling the Associated Press in an email that the group was not contacted to perform at the event. My sister and I were shocked to see our name, Milli Vanilli, as one of the performers. Oh, the Commodores announced they're out as well. The Commodores will not be performing at the Great American State Fair. Like, that's such a shitty... State fairs are the death knell of so many acts. The idea that you're playing at the state fair is like the yeah, I guess we're still getting the band back. No, we're still playing. We're still doing state fair. And it's like, you're going to get all of these artists to do that, but on a bigger stage? Martina McBride writing on X that she was misled into believing she would be performing at a nonpartisan event. That's basically what everybody said. Spent my blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Bret Michaels attributed his exit to becoming divisive as well as threats to his loved ones. Jesus. I wonder if that came from Trump. Who's still performing? Wait. No. That's it? So they announced a lineup, like 70% of it dropped and said, nah, we're not going to fucking be there. And all they have left is a pile with CNC Music Factory, Vanilla Ice, and Flow Rida. CNC also backed out? Okay, never mind. So we only got Vanilla Ice and Flow Rida. We couldn't. No. They have to get that dumb the fish kisser. They have to get that dipshit from the fucking Great American Super Bowl, whatever the fuck. Like, they gotta have that guy come up and do the, I just want to kiss my fish. I just want to park my truck. Nikki, yeah, where's Nikki? Nikki's apparently dating Elon Musk now, which is. It's going to be a ba with a ba all day. Yeah, what? Oh, they can't get Kid Rock? He's too fucking, what, he's too busy? That's so funny. Blah, blah, blah. Being organized by Freedom 250, a nonprofit group Trump created to plan the semi-quincentennial celebration. The event will transform the National Mall into the biggest, boldest state fair in the country. Scheduled attractions include a Ferris wheel and carousel, rodeo, and livestock. Like, I thought it was putting the UFC shit on the front fucking lawn is gross. This is actually fucking embarrassing. Activities planned for each of the 16 days with music. They're putting this shit on for 16 days in the middle of downtown Washington, D.C. at the height of its tourist season. Ain't no fucking way. That shit, oh my God. This is, no. People were talking about the military parade. We're going to see shit here that is going to be closer to, do you remember the, like Willy Wonka, the Magical Factory? What was the Willy Wonka experience? That's what we're going to fucking get here. This type of shit. This type of shit. Oh, man. They're going to be rolling. That's how fucking 250 is going to be moving. People are going to roll up to shit like this and be like, welcome to our American celebration of how cool America is. We have you can pet these horses, and also Vanilla Ice is going to be taking the stage. Like that. Man. I forgot how fucking funny this shit was, dude. Fuck. Oh, the comparison is so good. I forgot about her. The unknown who is absent from the traditional Willy Wonka plot line. That's so funny. That's funny. What was the how old was that? Somebody asked how long ago it was. That was only 2 years ago. It looks so depressing. I need to find that picture of Empath Chan. Well, it's not Empath Chan. I don't think it just looks like her. This is a classic internet pic right here. Oh, there we go. This was supposed to be one of the Oompa Loompas working there. And this was supposed to... Oh, man. It's so good. It's so good. Oh, taking me back to a simpler time. Just 2 years ago when we weren't... Like, so they've already started construction on the UFC ring in the White House. And look, I think I speak for pretty much everybody here when I say, God, I hope there's a structural collapse. I mean, no, that would be terrible. Pentagon recruiting troops to watch White House UFC fights memo show. Like, they're spending millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to build this fucking arch, to build literally a massive stadium on the White House front lawn. And they have to get troops to fill the stadium. America's service members are being solicited to fill seats at UFC Freedom 250, a mixed martial arts tournament celebrating Trump's 80th birthday. Attending troops are not expected to get in for free. The Defense Department is currently seeking junior enlisted personnel, the lowest paid members, yet they'll also be required to pay their own way should they be admitted. Neither Pentagon nor UFC reportedly intends to pay for the soldiers' arrangements or accommodations. Personnel will be required to meet height and weight requirements and will be required to attend in their short-sleeve dress uniforms. So we need you to go. You have to pay for it, but we need you to go and look good on camera. Must meet current waist height ratio and current physical fitness standard in order to make the cut for Trump's audience. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Not even the cut that not even he can make. Nehemia, thank you for $2. Not even drugs can get you out of that hole. Ugh. Quote, this would be one of the greatest and most historic sports events in history, and President Trump hosting it at the White House is a testament to his vision to celebrate America's monumental 250th anniversary. Sure. Yeah, sure. Oh my God. UFC's parent company has promised the entire event, which is expected to cost $60 million, will be funded entirely by the Sports Oregon come at no cost to taxpayers. Sure, but Trump has already made a buck off the match. The president reportedly invested up to $50,000 in the holdings group in March, 2 weeks after the tournament was formally announced. Using the White House to promote a company whose stock you bought while promoting it is one of the worst conflict of interest you can imagine. Hey, like, okay, maybe can we fucking do something about it? Can we fucking do something about it, huh? All right, chat. I will be right back, and I'm going to go give Cat some food. Oh, wait. Let me see if I can actually... Hang on. Pull up the phone. Oh, no. There we go. Ha-ha! Hey, chat. How are we doing, chat? Let's go. Let's go. I don't actually want to watch. I'm gonna do a video on the fucking reveal trailer. I want to watch some other shit. Oh yeah, let's
YouTube Premium is
go throw some love over to Metal Meltdown. Go like and follow Metal Meltdown. I'm glad they're doing more political type stuff.
Try 1 month free.
I'm exhausted, but I'm going to persevere for you because I love you and because this is important and this pisses me the fuck off and it's disgusting and we need to talk about it. We need to talk about it right now. Ozzy Osbourne, Grammy Award-winning heavy metal singer, the godfather of heavy metal, the Prince of Darkness, lead singer for Black Sabbath, very successful solo artist as well. He died last year. You know that, hopefully. I really hope that this is not
Hell yeah, Xenagirls.
that he passed away. But he's coming back. He's going to be an AI-powered digital...
Am I into Backrooms? No. I'll probably see the new movie, but I expect to not really like it that much, or at the very least... Well, I don't want to say I'm going into... I expect that I'm not going to love it as much as everybody else. I find that style of internet horror to be just kind of bland. I was talking to somebody earlier about this. Like, I loathed Skinamarink. I thought it was one of the, like, most annoying films. Not just the worst films. One of the most annoying films I've seen in a long time. Yeah, and people, I've seen people comparing it to Skinamarink, and I'm like, that's rough for me. Any upcoming movies on my radar? I don't know. I'm kind of tuned out of, like, unless it's something, you know, like I Love Boosters is out. I want to go see that. I already saw Again. Like Camp Miasma is one of them. Like I outside of stuff like that, not really. I don't know. Oh, so I'm currently holding an intervention for a friend trying to convince her not go and get herself killed at a protest. Please, do you have any tips to help stop her? I guess I would need to know more of the details, what the actual plan is, because I would say that, like, it's not like any acts of indiscriminate singular violence are unhelpful. You are not going to hurt anybody else more than you're going to hurt the movement if you try to take any kind of uncoordinated action like that. Like it is just broadly going to be completely unhelpful. You are not going to change the hearts of people who need their heart changed by getting yourself hurt on a front line. The people who are of goodwill, the people who want to help are already there helping, and the best thing you can do is to help them however you can. To be there and provide. You are more useful to any kind of movement being there. Expected the opposition will be violent, or a plan is dangerously dumb. Oh, well, if the plan, I mean, there are things you can do. I guess, again, I don't know what the circumstances are, but there are things you can do to mitigate that. You go with somebody. You go with somebody, you keep your head on a swivel. Like, I think there is an inherent danger to protesting. So there's no way to go to a protest, I think, and avoid some aspect of danger. No, you're good, Awesome Stella. I guess I just need it. Yeah, take a stop and bleed class. Have bandages available, no proper CPR. I'm just a little scared right now. I don't know. I get it. Koa gets the same way about me, because I'm not like super confrontational, but I'm a little confrontational. I take more risks than most people. And that can be very stressful for somebody who is more risk averse. But like we also need people like that out there. Not reckless, not foolhardy, not adventurous, as people have noted. We need people who are of that good will. If that makes sense. Cheap Pop Shy bought a Kanye West mask to attend protests, but then he went bananas. Thoughts? Just don't wear the Kanye mask. That is either something you throw away, or maybe in a couple years it's going to be a collector's item.
Conversations with fans and move and speak and respond as Ozzy would, according to one of the companies behind it,
God,
says Chris Egerton from Billboard.com. I hate this so fucking much you have no idea. No, I do not want the Billboard Daily Newsletter suck the entirety of my nuts and balls, Billboard. The news was revealed at Licensing Expo in Las Vegas on Wednesday, May 20th, when Osborne's son, Jack Osborne, announced the project during a discussion about the future of Ozzy's brand that also included Sharon Osbourne. Quote, "It's kind of scary how it's really very accurate."
It's just she has no plan, almost no plan other than go. When it's late at night, cops are already sending people away in an ambulance. She's going in recklessly. Yeah, late at night is the worst time to do it. That is when they are starting to kettle people. That is when they know the people, like, that's when they start bringing out shit like sonic devices, crowd irritants. Go during the day. Go during the day, make friends, make community. I understand the urge looking at the shit that's happening right now and thinking, oh, I've got to go do this right now. You're not going to make a difference. You're not going to be able to contribute in any meaningful way if you go and get fucking kettled and get beaten with a stick when there isn't, that you don't have the numbers right now. As soon as it gets dark, a lot of people turn tail. No, but you're good.
According to a recap from Licensing Expo organizer License Global, he will exist.
No, yeah. While they cops go full aggro after sundown, and it's because, you know, and I showed this in L.A. Like every time horses, tear gas, and stuff was brought out outside of No Kings, it was after nightfall, because that's when they put in a mandatory curfew that if you're not in by, they're just like, okay, it's fucking free fire. Like, middle of the night is literally the worst time to go to a protest.
digitally as himself for as long as we have computers. Technology has come such a long way to where it's almost drag and drop. You could shoot a template for a commercial, literally prompt what you want Digital Ozzy to do in that commercial, and you just drop it in. It's that simple now. The Ozzy avatar is the result of a partnership between Hyperreal, which describes itself as a digital human technology company that uses patented digital DNA technology to create digital avatars, and Proto Hologram, described as a hologram and AI spatial compute platform in entertainment, healthcare, education, finance, retail, and more. Every element of this avatar was built exclusively from authenticated, approved source material, curated, consented, and controlled by the people who love him most, said Hyperreal CEO Remington Scott in a statement sent to Billboard. This is a living performance, not a rendering, and it draws from nothing that wasn't given willingly. We have the enthusiastic participation of Ozzy's family, and that changes everything about what this can be. I am not joking at all when I say that this is even worse than what I assumed the worst-case scenario for Ozzy's posthumous career would be. This is gross. It is slimy. It is greedy.
That's on me.
It is
That's on
tacky, and it just feels wrong. I expected posthumous albums. That's kind of the standard norm and practice for a deceased artist, you know. The estate, the family, bandmates, and friends will go, oh my god, we found this treasure trove of unreleased, unfinished material, and we're finally going to bring it to you right now. Wow. I mean, Elvis Presley, Johnny Cash, Tupac, Prince, Michael Jackson have all released several posthumous albums over the years. I can't really comment on all of them, like I haven't really heard a lot of the stuff that was released under the Tupac name after he died. I know that the Prince album that came out after he died, that one was kind of successful. People seem to really like it. The Michael Jackson posthumous stuff is horrible. The album Michael, released back in 2010, 2011, somewhere around that time.
Of the bunch that he listed, I think Johnny Cash is the only ones that are like actually a banger. But also the posthumous stuff with Johnny Cash was like a lot of recording sessions that they had already been doing as part of that the series.
Frame, that has got to be the most hollow, overproduced corporate pop album in human history. Just overcompensating with guest stars and songwriters and all these different sounds and dynamics. It is a fucking mess of an album. I fully expected Sharon to basically do like an Ozzy style, a Michael style album, but for Ozzy. I fully expected that, and it probably still will happen. And of course, the door is obviously open for documentaries, biopics, so on and so forth. I mean, you know, going back to Michael Jackson, the Michael Jackson biopic made like $1 billion fucking dollars. Everyone's fucking loving it, even though it's a very, very generic, kind of half-assed, by-the-books kind of biopic that very interestingly excludes what, in my opinion, is the most interesting parts of the Michael Jackson story, but whatever. Like, it's pretty bold and pretty gross of them to end the movie in like 1988 and be like, oh, well, if this is a hit, maybe the next one will be about you know what, wink wink. And it's like, that's gross. That's fucking gross. It's weird that you left it out to begin with, and it's even weirder that like you want to build up hype for a movie about like the fucking child molestation allegations. That's weird. Fuck you. Wow, I'm getting very off topic. My point is, you know, Ozzy having a posthumous career is very unsurprising. Even while he was alive, you know, I mean, he was always trying to tour, always trying to make music, always doing commercials and doing cameos in movies and TV shows and shit like that. And you know, Sharon got him out there. The Osbournes love their money, so it's not shocking that they will continue to make money now that he's gone. This I never expected. This is so gross.
Oh, I
so
absolutely. I gotta disagree there.
Oh, it'll be such a loving tribute to Ozzy. It'll be something that's like very painstakingly put together. They're talking about he'll be on your fucking iPad, you know? You'll be able to like talk to him and be like, "Oh, what'd you have for breakfast today, Ozzy? Oh, I had a bagel with cream cheese or whatever the fuck. What's your favorite movie, Ozzy? Oh, I love fucking Alien or whatever." And like even earlier, they talked about like, "Oh, we can drop him into a commercial. Oh my god, you could shoot a template for a commercial. Literally prompt what you want Digital Ozzy to do in the commercial, and you can just drop him in. You could be watching TV, and there's a fucking commercial for fucking Oreos or whatever the fuck, and Ozzy is sitting there going, num num, even though I'm fucking dead, I love Oreos. There is pretty much never an ethical use for AI, considering the amount of money, the amount of resources, the amount of land and water that AI uses up.
Based.
Data centers all over North America are just destroying the environment, poisoning local water supplies. AI itself is just gross and tacky. Pick up a pen, you fucking loser. AI sucks. Everything about it sucks. The money that is made from AI, as we've talked about before, usually goes towards funding horrible things and monstrous violence overseas. And it's all horrible. And now we are just like going to beat the ever-living shit out of the cash cow that is Ozzy's corpse and legacy by... I don't know, they'll do some bullshit where he's like, again, it'll be like he's in an Oreo commercial, you know? Or it'll be like, oh, come try the new fucking Black Sabbath Happy Meal at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And, like, my thing is, I don't fucking care how very accurate it is. I don't care if the Osborne family loves it and is, like, super duper involved. I just don't fucking care. Everything about this is just wrong and gross. Like, we're seriously going to use AI and continue poisoning the planet and funding violence overseas, and we're gonna milk a fucking corpse for profit for...
That is gonna be, unfortunately, I think, the...
10 mics, then your asses better be in formation.
Oh. Oh, right. I have a fucking... I forgot about that. Oh, no. There's a new... Oh, no. Chat. Oh, I'm going to have to introduce y'all to Gramps.
One of the craziest things that's ever happened to me. For those of you who don't know, about 3 years ago, when I was clearly in between haircuts, I made a video about a terrible creationist movie called Gramps Goes to College. The movie was written, produced by, and directed by a man named Donald James Parker, who also happened to star in the film. And the movie is entirely comprised of Donald's delusions, as he plays an elderly man with no training in biology who goes off to college to debunk evolution through poor argumentation. He disrupts his class with questions that he thinks are hard-hitting, convinces his professor
Let's go,
to
DJP.
abandon
Let's
science
go,
and become a Christian,
DJP.
and then everyone claps. That's actually how the movie ends. But that's not all. During the movie, we also learn that Donald's character is a chess grandmaster and a star athlete that outcompetes all the college-age students in a variety of sports, and is a role model to many children who would all totally return his phone calls. Not to mention the fact that he's also so irresistible that his professor tries to force herself on him. I wish I was making that up, but that's actually what he wrote into the movie, and I can't help but imagine him trying to give her direction during that scene, and it's just so awkward that it makes me want to suck my face back into another dimension so I don't have to exist in this one where that happened. So I released a video about that movie, and then promptly stopped thinking about it, until about a year later, when I got an email from none other than Donald James Parker
No
himself,
fucking way,
inviting
dude.
me to debate him on evolution. So Donald and I talked for about 2.5 hours.
Oh my god, his hair. Why does his hair? I know of Donald James Parker. I didn't understand that his haircut is like a cross between a broom and a scarecrow. Oh yeah.
during which he made it abundantly clear that despite writing several books and movies and dedicating years of his life to the endeavor of debunking evolution, he has no idea what evolution is or how it works or what evidence we have for it or really why evidence is even important in the first place.
Honestly, average evangelical
below.
conservative,
It's still up on
average
his channel as well,
American
and
mind.
mysteriously, it still has 0 comments after all this time. Over the course of our conversation, I was very nice to Donald. I let a lot of things slide that I had major issues with. I made sure to let him get all of his thoughts out and take whatever shots he wanted to take at me and my beliefs. I repeatedly encouraged him to hold my feet to the fire and make sure that I didn't dodge any of his questions, and I uploaded the video with minimal edits, just a couple of ums and ahs cut out, mainly to make him look better. And most importantly, I said repeatedly that I would be happy to keep in contact with him and follow up with another interview either on or off camera. This man had my email address and my permission to use it. And instead of doing that, he made a whole flippin' movie. Now, as soon as this movie came out, I
that's
immediately started getting some
awesome.
comments and emails about it. Tons of people were convinced that this movie was all about me, and I thought that that was a bit of a stretch. I'm a very silly person, but I'm nowhere near arrogant enough to think that somebody would dedicate months or even years of their lives to concocting a caricature about me just to win an argument against it. That's freaking weird, and no one in their right mind would do something like that. But then I watched the movie, and I'm sorry to report, that's exactly what happened. This movie is 100% about me. There are several giveaways throughout the movie to let you know that I am the main focus of this film. The main character is a trained scientist as well as a YouTuber and TikToker and podcaster who goes by the handle The Renegade Scientist in reference to my old handle Renegade Science Teacher. And the
That's
first quarter of the
crazy.
movie is all about him making fun of one of Donald's movies, getting an email from Donald, and then having a debate with Donald on his show, which sets the stage for the rest of the film. And just in case there's any doubt left in your mind, if you look in the description of our conversation on Donald's channel, he shares a link to the type of thing he wished he had been capable of saying on the fly. Never mind the fact that the point of a debate is to be able to think of things on the fly, and also that link goes to an Answers in Genesis video about motor proteins and how they could never have evolved, so big surprise that Donald is getting his science education from a cult that believes in unicorns. But he also shares the link to his movie response to this debate, Beauty and the Atheist. Yes, that is a very AI-generated thumbnail. Get used to seeing that. What you're about to see is all of Donald's shame and regret.
Hell yeah, dude.
This is the culmination of every argument Donald has been having with his shampoo bottle in the shower and the ceiling fan over his bed. This is all of the angst and frustration of a man who has spent the last 2 years imagining himself finally getting back at me by stunning me into silence with his brilliant argumentation, the way that I stunned him into silence with the concept of evidence and independent thought. Again, I can't stress enough, it's not just something somebody said. It's something that we actually have tremendous amounts of evidence for, and even the stuff that sounds fantastic has concrete, solid evidence, otherwise we wouldn't accept it.
Awesome, Stella. Thank you very much for giving that follow-up. Update, managed to talk her down with the help of friends. Thank you again. She's feeling better now. Yeah. I don't fault anybody for having that fire, and I would actually commend somebody, but it is a matter of knowing when is best to be at a protest, and there's just literally nothing unless there's nothing you can do right now this time of night that you wouldn't be able to do better. Just nothing.
That sort of thing happened quite a few times. So today we're going to watch this
the
absolute
awkward
train
silence
wreck of
goes
a movie.
crazy.
And I'm warning you right now, buckle in, because whatever you think this movie is about to be, I guarantee you, it's worse.
Let's go. Come on, Chet. Don't tempt me with a good time. Oh god, this is gonna be a rough one for the ads.
Behind this couple's
God
financial
damn it.
future is their advisor.
All right, we're just gonna do that.
Of sciencey looking things, and because it's
Oh no. Oh, it's all AI. Oh no.
it gets a lot of things wrong, like this DNA sequence, which contains not just the usual A, T, G, and C, but also E and N and lowercase d and the number 8 and whatever that symbol was supposed to be. And it's not just the visuals that are AI generated. It sounds like the music in the background might be as well. Why the buzzer? Why the bell? Believe it or not, there actually is an answer, but we won't know it until the very last second of this movie, so stay tuned. Also, Donald forgot to make sure that the whole title appeared and disappeared at the same time, so there's at least a couple of frames where it just says Beauty Atheist or and the. Look, I've made plenty of embarrassing editing mistakes over the course of my YouTube career. Stuff happened.
Well, yeah, like, also, same. I get it. My most recent video, I cannot fucking believe I left in a take that I meant to cut out. But what?
But this is a movie that Donald has had 2 years to work on and didn't need to.
2 years?
We're still just 20 seconds in. The movie actually begins on the set of a podcast, where the main character, Trey, immediately obliterates any semblance of subtext by thanking his sponsors for helping him to spread the gospel of atheism.
I just want to give a big shout out to our sponsor. Remember, when you spend money on their products, you help spread the gospel of atheism.
Get it? Because we internet atheists make money off of being atheists on the internet, so...
God damn. There's something about DJT that really does, again, it's kind of like a soothing reminder of simpler times. Like, you remember when modern evangelical conservatism, you could just point and laugh and be like, ha, you guys actually believe all that dumb shit. And they just go, yeah, unironically, yeah. It's, I don't know, there's something... There's something beautiful. This dude has real Neil Breen. Oh, Neil Breen wishes he could have the fucking output of Donald James Parker. Salem Kunwich, thank you for 5-1. 5 months. 5-1. Tier 1 for 5 months. God damn.
It behooves us to be atheists while we're on the internet, because as internet atheists, that's how we make a living.
Oh yeah, that was the thing I was talking about, is that it is so funny that they are still doing the same shit I was indoctrinated with, by the way, as a kid. The idea that, like, oh, atheism is their religion. It's like, no, it's super duper actually not. Oh no, sorry, I'm pumping that dude full of holes. There we go. Get their ass. Let's go.
It's going to come up a lot throughout the movie, but it's just such a weird issue that so many creationists and other religious apologists bring up, as if earning money at your job delegitimizes your career and means that you can't possibly be sincere about what you're saying. Because, you know, people who talk about religion, they never get paid for it.
I had enough money to buy a beautiful Cessna Citation
Oh,
jet.
it's a Rhino.
Cash.
Let's go.
And since there's so much jealousy in this room tonight, that I can
Sorry,
feel
that's
over
my
there.
bad. That's my
A few
B.
weeks later, I bought another one worth 3 times what that one was. Cash. Act happy over my blessing, folks.
Then Trey's co-host Benji, his name is Benji. Donald named this character Benji. He had all the names in the world to choose from, and he went with a stray dog from the 70s. Anyway, Benji starts the podcast by reading some hate comments.
And now is that fun time in our show when my trusty sidekick Benji joins me and peruses some of our comments. What you got, bro?
You know, Trey, typically we like to hear from our supporters, but I figured today's a special day. Let's hear a rant from somebody trying to preach at us.
Sure.
What do you offer the world? You make disgusting jokes about Christians and then yuck it up like you've said something brilliantly amusing.
That's true. I do it all the time.
Well, it's all fun and games for you until someone gets hurt. That's my favorite.
This is, I love, one of my favorite parts, and a few, I think, creators embody this as well as Donald James Parker. This just making everything about the thing you already believe, right? Making every character say the shit you already believe, the shit you want him to say. And it's just, it takes a level of a lack of self-awareness to keep this up that I really, I wish I had more people I could watch content from like that. Nightlight Pledge to Jesus, thank you for tier 1 for 30 months. I missed the kills in this game. Yeah. It's kind of funny going back to this and like Manhunt 2 and being like, oh, this is what we were censoring in 2005, huh? Like this is nothing compared to like pick a random Mortal Kombat fatality from nowadays. But this was like controversial back in the day.
And that'll be you at the throne of judgment, where the God who holds all heathen in derision shall have the last laugh.
So threats, but a cool way to spread your gospel of love. Also, why is your audio quality so terrible if you're speaking directly into podcast mics?
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots, Benji.
Me as well. A Christian clown. Would you like to hear another?
Sure.
That wasn't my jump cut. That's how Donald edited that. He cut right into the middle of that dude's sentence and figured it was just good enough. He's been working on this for 2 years.
Robert Jastrow wrote, at this moment,
oh, fuck. Okay.
It seems as though science will never be able to raise the curtain on the mystery of creation. For the scientist who's lived by his faith in the power of reason, the story ends like a bad dream. He's scaled the mountains of ignorance, and he's about to conquer the highest peak, and as he pulls himself over that final rock, he's greeted by a band of theologians who've been sitting there, get this, for centuries.
Oh, I'm getting sick to my stomach, Benji.
Oh, I hear you.
Well, that's just a lazy Phil Bro talking point that doesn't actually mean anything. When was the last time a theologian theologied their way into curing a disease or discovering a new element? I'm not saying that religious people can't make discoveries. I'm just saying that when they do it with science.
So here's what I'm thinking. Let's switch gears, because I'm tired of that. Let's hear from one of the good guys.
Let's do it.
I'm just so glad my mind is not enslaved, with an I, by religion. Makes me feel bad for Christians, but I know that I've helped a few escape their bondage.
Naturally, the atheist is the
I've never seen that kill before. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, his English needs a little work.
Damn.
I would agree with you. See, but I'm proud of the guy, because ultimately we've been able to help multiple people find freedom in atheism and deconstruct their Christian faith. And here's what I'm thinking. With everyone's support out there, we can help a lot more.
You bet.
I like this line because I can't tell if it's a rare moment where Donald actually honestly depicts the sort of thing that I might say. My work has helped people free themselves from religion and deconstruct from their Christian beliefs. I get a ton of messages and meet people at conventions and live shows and whatnot who tell me as much. It's one of the greatest honors of my life to be able to hear their stories and to be a part of them. Or if Donald was actually trying to be as dishonest as he is in the rest of this movie, and by writing the most heinous and inflammatory thing he could think of, he landed on one of the more benign things about me. Either way, what makes this line so much funnier is that just a couple of days before filming this, I did a fundraiser for a nonprofit organization called Recovering from Religion, which helps people deconstruct from their religion and overcome their religious trauma. And we raised over $115,000, which is probably about 115 times more than the entire budget for this film. The podcast then ends, a frame disappears, and we cut to the Common Grounds coffee shop, a business which I think we...
Oh, he included the... All right, you know what? Here's the thing. I am so... I've been racking my brain over how, like, the movie I'm trying to make is just straight up, it's not gonna like, be in theaters, right? This first thing of this project I'm working on, this short film. For now, it's a short film. But I know it's not going to be as bad as this. I know. And that, you know, there is a certain there's a catharsis in that.
Can all assume only agreed to let Donald film there if he blasted their sign full screen within the first 5 minutes of the movie. Inside the coffee shop, Trey and Benji notice a young woman walking in. And by notice, I mean that Trey nearly breaks his freaking neck staring at this poor girl.
Ooh, wow, what a babe. You better put your tongue back in your mouth before you step on it.
Thank you, Benji.
It's just not bad.
And immediately back to gross.
Not bad. It's time for you to see your optometrist. She is drop dead gorgeous.
What? How old is this? This is... Why does he look like that? All right, I'm gonna pop this on the big screen. Hey, chat, why does he look like that? Can you give me a scientific reason? Is it... Oh, it's the eyebrows. That's what... Oh, shit, I'm getting killed. It's the eyebrows. The eyebrows is weird. Never mind. Figured it out. Figured it out.
Real beauty.
I wish that I could drop dead rather than having to listen to these two talk about a woman in a way that a 70-something-year-old man thinks is appropriate.
He's 70?
She's way out of your league. For Pete's sake, you wear the same
An
shirt.
elderly boy.
Watch your tongue.
That is also true. Trey
This elderly young child. I can't just ask why someone is white. I ask. That's the first thing I say every day. That's the first thing I ask every day.
the same shirt every single day throughout the entire movie. And I can't help but assume that it's just because Donald didn't want to spend money on 2 atheist shirts.
I'm just saying, get real, right? We're nerds, eggheads, girls like that. They end up with the cool guys like movie stars and jocks and doctors. Not biologists, chemists, and certainly not physicists.
Okay, speak for yourself, because I'm not just a scientist. Oh, I'm a YouTube celebrity.
Right, no, I forgot. A legend in your own mind. So then why don't you go ask her out then, legend?
Oh, no.
Wait, why? What that sound?
No, that's what I figured.
Who talks like that? Who acts like that? What is any of this? And then Trey gets an email notification and acts his way into the next part of the plot.
Perfectly lined up for me. Thank you.
You remember that video I did making fun of that creationist movie where the old guy goes to college campuses
Oh,
and
let's
crusades against
go.
evolution?
Oh, you know my Gramps. That's classic.
Gramps wants to debate me.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What a trip. I mean, you got, what, 400,000 views on the video already. So say you debate him, you'd get at least that many, which means ka-ching, Trey.
Probably so.
So here we go again with this idea.
I thought that was
making
I thought that
money
was
at your
water.
job
I thought that
is
was a
mark
Shark
against
Tank.
your character.
Damn.
Donald, if you didn't want me to make a video and get views and get paid, why did you reach out to me asking to make content?
Oh wait, there we go.
together?
Cool.
Why did you post the video to your own channel? And why do you make any of these movies if views and money are such a bad thing? Or are you perhaps
Come here,
just
buddy.
pretending not to understand that someone can really believe in what they're doing and that
Come on,
making
doofus.
money is a nice bonus,
Oh,
but
wait,
not the
hang
whole
on.
point?
Now you get out of here. This is the guy I really want. Come here. Come here, you.
Let's face it, most of us aren't going to set foot on Mars.
I'm on Mars!
Now we're talking electric eels. Come on, chat.
Some things are out of reach.
I got this.
But a card with access to exceptional benefits isn't one of them. Welcome to the Credit One Bank American Express Suite.
Plus, it'd be fun whittling him down to size, though not much of a challenge. I mean, he's not a major creationist like a Stephen Meyer or Ken Ham.
I make videos about
Ken
Stephen
Ham.
Meyer and Ken Ham all the time.
But you can still crush him, humiliate him, make it like the Christians versus the gladiators in the Colosseum.
I was so nice to you, Donald. I still have all the emails and the unreleased footage showing me giving you every possible ounce of control over the conversation and how it was presented, including letting you review the video and approve it before I released it on my own channel. In
Roger,
exactly
Roger.
What
What are y'all
way
saying
did I
Roger, Roger for?
crush and humiliate you like a
Well, I got battle
gladiator
droids in
a
my chat.
Colosseum? You could have backed out at any time with no consequences.
So that's Rome, not LA.
Duh, everybody knows that. They just chill out a little bit. He's just fighting for what he believes in. If he respects me, I'll respect him.
Right. No, and say he doesn't.
I'll get out my whittling now.
Again, who talks like that? And also, is this just your fantasy of how conniving I was behind the scenes? Because you don't have to imagine it. We emailed back and forth for almost a month, during which time I repeatedly made suggestions rather than demands about how to format the conversation and made sure that you were cool with everything that was happening. And then there's almost 5 minutes of footage before the conversation that we published where I went over everything again and repeatedly asked you if you were okay with everything that we were doing.
She's gonna hit record, but that's by no means this is like the final. You know, we're doing all this offline, so we can edit whatever we want. How are you?
Good.
Really quickly, just to kind of give you what I was thinking and make sure it's good for you before we jump into everything. If you have a different plan,
His hair is so curly. His hair is so curly. That is it looks great on him, but that is god damn. That can't be natural.
if you have like a set structure of things you want to go through, I'm
Angry civilian. That doesn't compute. Wait, you're under arrest. I came up with a thing that if we make it to a fundraising stream, Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, if we make it, I want to try doing a fundraising stream this week, or this week, this in June, halfway through, to raise money for some mutual aid and stuff. But I was thinking a fun stretch goal would be to get to do a full reading where I do all the voices for episode 1. And so I wanted to get a temperature on if that's something people would like.
More than happy to hear it, and then I'll send you the final product so you can see.
I think Rogue Leader. I think there's a
make
short
sure that I didn't misrepresent.
I'm relatively
anything.
sure there's a short
and then if we're good to go, I'll have that ready to publish by the end of the month. Does that sound good to you? Is there anything that you wanted to cover or talk about before we got started? Just make sure.
You'll never see her again, except in your dreams.
Freaking serial killer vibes, dude. We then cut to Donald, who's staring at the ground waiting for the Lord to take him, when he's suddenly startled by an email from Trey.
Why is that just happening throughout the movie, though?
Donald then calls Trey, and we get this human interaction.
It's your dime. Start talking.
Trey?
Yeah? Who's this?
Douglas Connors.
Oh, Gramps. The man, the myth, the legend. So, I heard you want to have a little debate about evolution, huh?
Oh, that's why. That's why he played that before, to show how it was fucking... what is a knife fish? Wait. When did this Punisher game come out? 2005, I think? But it's based heavily off the Ennis comics. Du Boss Nos?
Misa go speed you somewhere. Misa give you una bongo.
Why is this even a movie? Vanity, Christian evangelical psychosis. Those are just off the top of the dome. That's what I figured.
So sure, I want to have a debate. It just seems to be something I need to.
Okay, give me a sec, Chad. I'm gonna go plug my phone in. Odds are, dude, Jason Statham playing Jar Jar. I don't even know if I could do a good Jason Statham. No, I'd have to work on a Statham. I could probably do most of the voices in episode 1, like most of them. I know I can do Jar. I'm struggling to think of one that I would have trouble doing, because I could do Jar Jar easy. Dee Dee in your Jar Jar voice, talk about, oh, cats can have little salami as a treat. Cat can have little salami. Oh, my treat. Do Mace Windu.
You are on this council, but we do not grant you the rank of master.
Even young Anakin. Young Annie might be hard to do. Young Annie might be. Jake Lloyd would be hard to do, I think. Now I think, yeah. Obi-Wan? Yeah, I can do Obi-Wan. You and the Naboo form a symbiont circle. What happens to one of you must affect the other, or will affect the other. You must understand this. Well, you're right about one thing. The negotiations were short. Newt Gunray? Okay.
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
No, wait, don't do Newt Gunray. No, now you tell me. Now you tell me. What about that big fly thing that sells Anakin? Watto? Okay, yeah. Let me try to think of what Watto is. I need a line.
What, do you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that? I'm a Tordarian. Mind tricks don't work on me, only money. No money, no parts, no deal. And no one else has a T-14 hyperdrive, I can promise you that.
Oh wait, I wanna now I need to compare.
Saying which, how's they gonna pay for all of this?
I have 20,000 Republic dactaries.
Republic credits? Republic credits are no good out here. I need something more real.
I don't have anything else, but credits will do fine.
No, they won't.
Credits will do fine.
No, they won't. What, you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand around like that? I'm a Toydarian. My tricks don't work on me. Only money. No money, no parts, no deal.
Hell yeah, let's fucking go, chat. That was dead on. That was dead on. Divided by zero. You need to walk into stream with cat ears one day, no context, and replace words like now with meow and nah with meow. I already do wear my cat ears on occasion.
It's at this point that Donald shifts his focus from character assassination to the production of weapons-grade copium. We'll be bouncing back and forth.
Weapons-grade copium is funny. That's good.
Right now, we're
this guy's all right. I don't know if I've seen much from him.
Didn't even want to debate me. He just felt that he had to. You didn't, Donald. You didn't need to do any of this.
Well, now, do you have some sort of formal training in science that I'm not aware of?
Not really. I just read a lot of stuff. For example, I just read a book called Evolution's Echoes, which recommended I read another book called Evolution Impossible. I highly suggest you check out those books.
Donald, your last email to me was right after our debate to ask about a word that I used that you didn't understand, and the word was alleles. Maybe, instead of reading books about pseudoscience, you should put that effort into reading any regular introductory biology textbook, because you clearly aren't understanding what you're reading about. You're just letting people tell you what to think. And to be clear, there's nothing wrong with just not knowing anything about biology, but to put it in a language that Donald might understand, the only thing more sad and cringe-inducing than me putting out multiple books and movies and a debate about how computers don't work would be if I later revealed that I don't know what RAM or a hard drive is.
Yeah.
What would I tell my younger self? Don't worry. Keep dreaming big. Good nights.
Introducing the GMC Canyon. Work at this low mileage lease on this Canyon elevation for around
now we're talking.
$249 per month.
Give me that good shit.
See your Northwest GMC dealer.
Yeah, I'll pass. So I guess this would be a situation where I'm dueling with an unarmed man?
My communications with you were extremely polite, Donald. I have never and would have never spoken to you that way. If this is your video response to our debate, why did you feel the need to represent me so poorly?
Maybe. Goliath probably had similar thoughts.
Goliath? So you think that you're David gonna save your people from the big, bad, loudmouth atheist giant?
Yeah. Trey, I don't think a whole lot about myself, period. This is not about me.
And that's the biggest lie in the whole movie. Donald, you've written yourself as the Gary Stu of so many stories, and now you're writing yet another movie just to win an argument that you asked for and had every opportunity to change, and the only way you're going to win it is by pretending that I'm as egotistical as you are. This and the rest of your career are very clearly about you, dude.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not much into formal debate, so why don't we just have a civil conversation between us, and you can ask me questions about evolution, and I'll educate you.
Hello, Donald. Thanks so much for reaching out. I would be more than happy to have a discussion about evolution with you. I know my audience would love to see it, and I'm sure yours would as well. Do you have a preference on how we should go about this? Personally, I don't think there's any need for us to arrange a formal debate or some
let's go.
time you will edit the I would be fine with asking questions back and forth, whether that be the actual
I'm gonna skip
we
forward
then
in
cut
this
to a busy coffee
for
shop
more.
where the
I
woman
wanted to
from
see
before is looking for a
the
place
dog
to
shit
sit,
movie.
and unfortunately passes by Trey, who offers for her to join him. The music in this scene is so loud, and then it just cuts away instantly as soon as Trey starts speaking.
Excuse me, if you're looking for a table, you can share mine with me.
Again, I didn't edit that. That's how professional filmmaker Donald James Parker wanted it to be, and so that's the way that it is.
Oh, that's kind of you. Thanks.
Don't do it, girl! Hey, whose camera is that?
Oh man, no fucking.
Don't do it, girl!
They literally kept. That's crazy. Yeah, let's go.
Hey, whose camera
Let's
is
go.
that?
Am I using a scaler for the
Tell you how
PS2?
good
No,
it feels
this
to
is just the
get off my
PlayStation 2.
feet.
Why not?
This is. I have my PS2 controller.
of
This
those
is
guys
this is
I'm gonna have
hooked
to
into
watch
an
my
actual
phraseology
PS2
with?
right now.
He's one of those guys you're gonna have to watch your drink.
I could also, if people want to watch another rare game, I have Rule of Rose that I've been playing, which is an insane story. Well, not that insane. I fell into having a copy of Rule of Rose.
With. Get out of there, lady.
I need to actually find who gave it to me
Here,
so
I
I
was
can
trying to get off mine.
give it back.
The issue is a hard hospital floor.
Oh, you're a nurse.
Physician.
Really? They let people practice medicine at such a young age?
Is your vision that bad, or are you a compliment mill?
I'm pretty sure nobody's ever accused me of being that. I'm Trey, by the way.
Trey, by the way, your first name rhymes with your last.
Oh,
just a factory of endless wit. Oh, how am I displaying it? Yes, I do think there's an HDMI. Yeah, there's an HDMI pass-through. So it is probably upscaling it a little bit.
Humor, I like it. Beauty, brains, and banter all in one package.
In my notes for this part, I just wrote, "This is one of the most uncomfortable conversations I've ever seen."
I didn't catch yours.
I didn't throw it.
Okay, well, I guess I'll call
Just
you...
everything
Beauty.
is like, there can't be a single line of dialogue he writes that is not met with some pithy comeback. And the problem is when you're writing characters is that the first problem that a lot of people fall into is you don't differentiate characters enough with the way they talk. Like, each character should have their own, or to make them stand out, especially if you want to try doing this poppy thing, each character needs to have their own style of talking, their own style that comes through in the conversation. Like, if somebody wants to be aloof, somebody should be more aloof. If somebody wants, like, oh, this character is naive, then she needs to, you know, like, there are things you need to do. The problem is they're both the same character, essentially. It's this constant back and forth repartee where one person will say one thing and they'll say, huh, but don't you mean this? Aha, but don't you mean this? Aha, but didn't you say this? And it's just fucking exhausting, dude.
Till you do.
Weird. Weird, dude. Weird thing to say. Weird way to be.
So, Beauty, do you reveal your real name on the second date?
Second date. I sure hope you don't consider this a first.
This is actually Dante May's 3277. Wait, no, that was a different game. Never mind. Don't listen to me. I was looking up games. I think Van Helsing, which I played the other night. Spear Creeper, thank you for 500 bits. Install ad blocker now, please. I have one of my mods sent me a thing that I will be installing as soon as I'm done with the stream. I'm sorry. I've been spending the last couple days just writing, so I have not even done any like stream maintenance type stuff.
First date. I don't believe in dating.
You don't believe in dating? Well, I can provide plenty of evidence that dating exists. It's kind of my thing. Bit of a science geek.
Clearly not what she meant, Trey. Ma'am, please run.
Behind this advisor are
Yep,
Vanguard's
there it goes.
institutional
There it goes.
quality bond funds. powered by a...
I'm not sure what science has to do with social dating, but I don't need proof. I know it exists, I just don't join in the practice. Dating is a fairy tale world. A handsome young man asks out a girl.
God, this is so fucking... Oh.
This is so bad.
All right. Why ads Vesper? Why? I am a chump. Oh, let's fucking go, chat.
Well, his
Let's go. Let's
appearance
ruin a
makes his
wedding.
heart go
Or a
thumpity
funeral.
thump.
Sorry, wedding.
Probably has no clue what she's really like as a real person. They go
Dividing by Zero is Dead Domain just doing everything super legally, no emulator. When it comes to PS2 games, yeah. I don't like playing on computer. I just don't. I've talked about it before. It's not that I don't appreciate games played on computer, but this is my workspace. The way I have things set up, I don't have a way to put I don't have an easy way to put an HDMI cord into my Wait. Did I see the actor who plays Forrest is commenting on the video? I did not. That's funny. Ooh, yeah, let's go. Oh, Banana Brain, send me that. Send me a link to that because that'll be great.
go on a date, maybe dinner and a movie. They spend most of the time in the restaurant chewing their food and a few hours in the theater. And they could spend 4 hours together and not know much more about each other than before the night started.
This woman's views on dating sound insane until you remember that her lines were written by a man who thought that this dress was too revealing.
Wait, what are you doing? I'm hot.
Do you want me to look at you while we're talking?
Well, of course.
Then you have to cover up your charms.
Seriously, I don't know what dramatic teenage message board Donald got these lines from, but I hope he was careful while writing so he didn't cut himself on all these edges.
So they go on a second date to fix that?
And do it all over again. I mean, no matter what they do, it's always something pleasant, and they're always on their best behavior. Their hormones are percolating, so they think they're in love and jump into marriage
God,
with great expectations.
Just the
and
fucking
little
soul
wisdom.
of a poet, this guy.
After the rice has been swept up, they suddenly realize that everything that bugs them is suddenly brought to light.
I know we just met 2 literal seconds ago, but let me tell you why love is a farce.
I'm not like other girls.
Whoa. You've just dissected dating as if it were a frog and crammed it into a jar of formaldehyde.
Oh, you really are a science geek, huh?
Yeah. Well, okay, so you're a doctor. That means we have a mutual interest in science. I think that's cool. You know, you can't
That's
tell a
pretty
lot
good.
about a person by what kind of coffee they drink. What sort of a exotic mixture you got in that cup?
Damn, okay, Frank gotta be stunting on them hoes.
I also don't like coffee, and now I feel like I'm being unnecessarily contrarian about it.
Oh, well, I'm batting about 0 right now.
Oh, sports analogy. Science guy can diversify.
Thank you for noticing.
Please make it stop.
Well, better get back to the hospital. Duty calls.
Will I see you again?
First of all, calm down, bro. And secondly, if Donald really wanted to base this character off of me, he should have made him point out how she totally just said duty.
My dad used to sing this song, Que Sera Sera. Whatever will be, will be.
Oh, I thought that was Doris Day. Oh, I made her laugh. My life is totally not in vain.
Oh, Doris Day. What a timely reference from this century.
Just knowing all
Duty.
Julie.
Excuse me?
My name is Julie.
And your last name?
I have a feeling if I gave you that, you'd break a leg or something, so you'd need a doctor.
Yes, he would. He is absolutely that kind of guy, and you should have told him your name is Diane or something.
Why didn't I think of that? Okay, well, if you won't tell me your last name, will you at least tell me what hospital you work at?
Thanks for the chair. Have a good day.
Wait. At least take my card just in case you get the urge to call.
Why do you need to know where she works? And who gives out cards like that? This is what happens when a 70-year-old director tells a 40-year-old actor how to act like a lovesick 30-year-old. But Trey isn't done being the creepiest dude in all of Kentucky because Julie is barely out the door when he starts Googling her.
Hey Siri, who are the doctors in Lexington, Kentucky with the name Julie, Julie, or Juli?
What?
Sorry, I couldn't find any doctors named Julie in Lexington.
Leave the girl
God,
alone,
that's fucking
you weirdo. And then we
Oil
It's
change
so
plus complimentary
creepy.
vehicle health check. That's what to expect at Grease Monkey.
Every match has led to this.
Yeah, I apologize. The ads. Look. The ads.
Only one.
we cut to a woman watering plants, shot by someone who is currently adjusting their grip on the camera.
So I figured if you'd hide out in the garden and didn't answer the door, I'd go away.
Dad, I can't believe you braved the traffic to come visit me. I know how much you hate the big cities. Not that Lexington is exactly huge.
Well, it's too big for me. You know, you could come visit me sometime.
Yeah, the phones and the roads work both ways, you know. In all seriousness, he should really visit her more often while he still has the chance, because the camera's about to turn around and reveal that she has severe jaundice.
Yeah. So when's your debate?
Oh, no.
I swear to you, I did not edit that. Donald either completely blew it on color correction here, or his daughter is a Simpsons character.
Okay, well, come on in. Let's get you settled.
Well, let me get my stuff first.
All right, you need help?
Lori, I'm a guy.
Enough said.
Yeah.
What is this dude's problem? He is so weirdly sexist all the time, about bags specifically.
Let's go to your bedroom and get you unpacked here. I'll grab your bags.
Okay, I have more stuff in the car.
Oh, I'm sure you do. You're a woman.
And that's the scene, by the way. We then cut to a
Women be shopping, am I right? Women be having bags.
Donald is debating Trey, and of course, Trey is wearing that same awful shirt. And now that we're back in the studio, allow me to educate Trey on how you do an ad read.
Conversation about evolution, and obviously he has some difficulty embracing the truth. So Douglas, let's just first off and tell me why you were anti-science.
Hold on. I'm not anti-science.
You are absolutely anti-science, Donald. During our conversation, you went on a whole tirade about how stupid flat earthers are, while you believe in equally silly things for the exact same reasons that they do.
Women be shopping.
Science and definitely anti-political science.
I'm willing to bet real money that you don't know what either of those words mean.
Which involves a study where the results are intentionally skewed based on who paid for the research.
And I just won that bet.
For example, a study on the dangers of butter paid for by the margarine industry, or vice versa.
My other case in point, flat earthers famously believe that all the various space agencies and world governments are the ones funding space research to produce fraudulent results in order to fool people into believing.
You do makeup, I don't. Does it look like she has poorly matched? Yes. It looks like either poorly matched makeup or, like they were saying, color correcting. It's kind of hard to tell, actually. Yeah. Alrighty, chat. I think I am good. Go check out this video on Forest Volcall. We've been going for over 4 hours today. Thank y'all for joining, for hanging out and everything. Be sure to check out the channel if you haven't yet. Please go watch the latest videos. I should have a couple more videos out shortly. I got a lot of stuff I'm working on right now, as always. If you'd like to throw a couple bucks my way, Ko-Fi links are always appreciated. We are gonna go say hi to, who do we got? Let's go say hi to Actual Jake. Looks like he's gonna be up to some fun stuff tonight. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. And yeah, we will see y'all maybe